I am calling the November 19th, 2024 meeting of the Board of Education to order per Government Code Section 54950 Executor and Education Code Section 35140 Executor at 5:03 p.m. We will now be adjourning to closed session for the purpose of discussing the following matters. Conference with labor negotiators, Dr. Alex Chernus, Superintendent Gary Stein, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, Dr. Isaiah Gates, Deputy Superintendent. For the purposes of CSEA, APLE, and Plum, we have a claimant. We have a claim. The claimant is Lucette Cunningham. The agency is claimed against this PYL USD for workers' compensation claim number 23002947 in the monetary amount of $100,000. We also have a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D2, with Terry Tao of Tao and Rossini, APC. We also will be speaking about an expulsion of student number 2502.7. Is there anyone present in the audience who would like to address any of these items for closed session? Seeing as there is no one, we will now adjourn to closed session at 5:04 p.m. All right, we're going to reconvene to regular session at 6:04 p.m. Our report out of closed session is as follows. The board met and conferred in closed session to approve workers' compensation claim number 23002947. Motion was made by Mr. Youngblood, a second by Mrs. Anderson, and the vote carried 5-0. We also met and voted to approve the recommended expulsion of student number 2502.7. Motion was made by Mrs. Buck, the second by Mr. Youngblood, and it carried 5-0. At this time, I'm going to ask Trustee Youngblood to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you please rise? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let the record show that all of our board members, including our student board member Luke, are present. Approval of the agenda, please.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the agenda for November 19th, 2024.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Frazier. I have a second by Mr. Youngblood. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Luke, are you an aye? All right, motion carries 5-0 with an aye from our student board member. Go on to our public comment announcement. Public comment cards are available in the foyer. Cards must be completed and turned in prior to the designated time for public comment. There will be a maximum of 3 minutes per person. If translation is needed, an additional 3 minutes will be given. Please let us know ahead of time so we can ensure we are prepared. We have a civility policy. Education Code 220 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race or ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or any other characteristic that is contained in the definition of hate crime set forth in Section 422.55 of the Penal Code, including immigration status. I need a motion for the minutes, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting on October 8th, 2024 as presented.
A second.
I have a motion by Mrs. Anderson. I have a second by Mrs. Buck. Any comments? None. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am an aye, and we have an aye from our student board member. Motion carries 5-0. All right, now we have recognitions. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Chernus.
Good evening. Tonight we have the privilege of presenting the You Are the Advantage Award to two outstanding members of our district family, District Nurse Elise Sailors and Travis Ranch Health Clerk Jennifer Gallegos. Elise and Jennifer, would you please join me at the lectern? Okay. The You Are the Advantage Award honors individuals, organizations, and employees who exemplify the district's four core values: excellence, collaboration, integrity, and innovation. For those fortunate enough to know or work with Elise or Jennifer, you've experienced firsthand their dedication to these values. For those who have not yet had the pleasure, allow me to share a little more about them. Elise and Jennifer are vital members of our remarkable Health Services Department, whose mission is to ensure all children enjoy optimal health to fully benefit from their education. This department, comprised of credentialed school nurses like Elise and health clerks like Jennifer, who serve at each school site. While health clerks are not licensed, they receive training in basic first aid and CPR to address students' immediate needs in the health office. Credentialed school nurses work closely with our health clerks to promote wellness and ensure the best possible outcomes for all students. Let's start with Elise, who has distinguished herself as an outstanding school nurse. Elise serves Yorba Linda High School, Fairmont Elementary School, OCSCS, and Travis Ranch School collectively, supporting the well-being of over 3,700 students. Elise joined PYL in 2011 after an impressive 20-year career as the Director of Quality Management at PIH Health Downey Hospital. She holds a bachelor's degree of science in nursing from Cal State Dominguez Hills, earned her school nursing credential from Cal State Fullerton, and is a nationally certified school nurse. Elise also serves as treasurer of the Orange County School Nurse Organization. In addition to her professional accomplishments, Elise is a proud PYL parent. All four of her children graduated from our schools. 2 are accountants, and 2 of them have pursued careers in healthcare. 1 in optometry, and another is an emergency medicine physician. We're delighted to welcome her husband, Brian, her mother, Linda, who are here with us this evening. When asked about Elise, Health Services Administrator Michelle DeHaven, these words: "It's both an honor and a privilege to work alongside Elise. She is not only a caring and compassionate professional, but also an incredibly skilled and highly qualified school nurse. Her ability to think quickly and respond effectively in high-pressure situations is truly remarkable. Elise, your dedication to our school community and your exceptional problem-solving abilities are deeply appreciated. You're an integral part of our team, and we are so fortunate to have you with us. Thank you for all that you do each and every day to ensure our students' health and safety." Stay up here. Let's turn to Jennifer, who joined us as a health clerk in March 2023. She holds a bachelor's degree in gender, ethnic, and multicultural studies from Cal Poly Pomona. She has found her passion working in healthcare and supporting children at Travis Ranch School. Also joining us tonight is Jennifer's mother, Sonia. Last month, Jennifer's calm demeanor and swift action were pivotal in saving a student's life. When a 4th grader experienced an allergic reaction to a bee sting, Jennifer quickly leaned into her first aid training and contacted Elise for guidance. Elise, who was nearby, rushed to the scene, and together they confirmed the student was experiencing an anaphylactic reaction. Recognizing the severity of the situation, they administered an EpiPen, potentially saving the student's life. Their quick thinking and potential teamwork are a testament to their dedication to our students' health and safety. Travis Ranch Principal Kristen Petrovaki praised Jennifer, saying her calm demeanor and composure under pressure were instrumental in ensuring the best possible outcome. We're deeply grateful for her exceptional dedication in our health office, knowing our students are in capable and caring hands. This moment also underscores the importance of California Education Code 49414, which requires all public schools to be equipped with emergency epinephrine auto-injectors to treat anaphylaxis. At PYL, Our school nurses ensure that staff working closely with students are trained to recognize and respond to allergic reactions, making a profound difference in critical situations. On behalf of the Board of Education, it's my honor to present You Are the Advantage Award to Jennifer Gallegos. If you can, I'd like you to come up here. We can get a picture of you with the board.
Let's even it out, team. Come on.
This definitely went girls, guys.
He said he called you over. Sorry, hey. I'll join the dude side. Get it.
Thank you.
I wish they would have told how serious that was. I don't think you did all that. So. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job. Thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Okay, Luke, you ready? Take it away.
Good evening, President Blades, trustees, Superintendent Chernus, and executive cabinet members. I'm excited to be here tonight and share recent updates from our comprehensive high school and alternative campuses. Buena Vista Virtual Academy and Parkview School welcomed Vietnam veteran Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Lund, who spoke to elementary students in honor of Veterans Day. The PTSA also hosted its annual book fair and fall festival, featuring games, square dancing, food, and fun. High school students serve as community volunteers, supporting their younger peers during the event. El Camino Real students recently visited Fullerton College. The 22 students explored the campus, attended classes, and met with career and financial aid counselors to plan their futures. A school-wide field trip to SoFi Stadium is scheduled for November 20th. Students and staff will tour the stadium facility through an academic lens, focusing on the elements that go into building a state-of-the-art venue. Their sustainability commitment and the steps taken to limit their carbon footprint, their vast technology systems that operate the stadium, and architectural and engineering side of the build, and much more. After lunch and some activity time on the field, students will participate in a career panel with employees from all facets of operations in order to learn about the pathways to their respective careers. The annual Tree of Thanks activity is also underway, where students and staff will put what they are thankful for on different colored leaves, and the leaves are posted on our tree in the middle of the campus. El Dorado High School held its 12th annual Fallen Heroes Memorial Veterans Day ceremony on November 8th. Every year, the ceremony is live-streamed throughout the country and into classrooms, and is highlighted by recognizing the 3 Gold Star families of Golden Hawks who lost their lives protecting their country. The 3 fallen are Staff Sergeant William Harrell, Corporal Claudio Patino, and Sergeant Jason Weaver. The ceremony also recognizes veterans in attendance by holding a roll call. Taps is performed for the fallen when their name is announced. Students this year who participated in the event were poem reader and senior Elise Shum, moderator and senior ASC president Luke Gilstrap, that's me, and jazz horn trumpet player and senior Miles Olson. Former principal, Mrs. Carrie Aiello, gave a powerful and impactful closing to this year's ceremony. This event can still be viewed through El Dorado's Hawk Talk YouTube channel, EDHS Video Production. EDHS would also like to thank board member Marilyn Anderson and Sean Youngblood and Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Olivia Yang, for being in attendance. Esperanza is continuing their PBIS program after being awarded gold this year. Students are awarded with treats every week if they have earned a Pride card in around school. Pride cards are given if a student is given to a student if they are showing characteristics of positive, responsible, innovative, determined, or engaged on campus. Students took part in What If Week, where posed questions and held activities for the students to continue to make Esperanza a school that is welcoming, inclusive, and kind. We just finished up our high school showcase, where we showed all incoming 8th graders and students all the great things that Esperanza has to offer, from academics to athletics to arts and more. Great to see so many eager Aztecs on campus. This week is a busy week at Esperanza, as we have Future Ready Day this Wednesday to have every senior fill out a college application. Thursday we have a blood drive, unified sports game, and fall fest, which will connect students even more to school. Esperanza also celebrated outstanding achievements in CIF competitions across all sports: cross country, women's tennis, women's golf, girls flag football, and football. Preparations are now underway for winter sports. Venture Academy's Coffee Cats program continues to thrive, offering coffee, tea, and seasonal treats while planning to expand its menu. The program supports community events, including the upcoming Principals Meeting in December. George Key School hosts a Fall Craft Day on November 15th, featuring sensory activities, crafts, and refreshments for students and their families. The school also looks forward to annual Rotary Christmas Party on December 13th, made possible by Sunrise Rotary of Yorba Linda. Valencia High School celebrated athletic success with first-place finishes in girls golf, tennis, volleyball, and cross-country in the Empire League. Sophomore Michaela Gill will compete in CIF cross-country finals on November 22nd at Mount Sac. Best of luck, Michaela. The Tiger Regiment concluded its undefeated season with a first-place finish at the Savannah High School Field Show. This concludes their competition season, in which they were undefeated. AP exam sales have concluded, with over 1,800 exams being purchased, serving our 900 students for testing in spring 2025, reflecting the school's strong academic engagement. On Thursday, November 7th, Valencia's High School Showcase was a standing room-only event, welcoming future Tigers from the class of 2029 and introducing them to programs like IB, Cambridge, and Valtech. Class of 2029. That's crazy. Yorba Linda High School successfully completed its WASC accreditation visit this past October. The visiting committee provided positive feedback on the strength of Yorba Linda High School's arts, athletics, and academic programs. Thank you to the entire YLHS community, teachers, classified staff, students, parents, community members, and district personnel for their support throughout this process. The Mustang Band and Guard took sweepstake at Laura, 3rd at South Hills, and 4th in their group at prelims. They also had successful performances at the Placentia and Anaheim parades. The orchestra had a successful Sinfonia night this month, and their choir is in preparation for Winterfest on December 3rd at Disneyland and December 12th at a winter concert and December 16th. Whoa. The theater department is in the middle of their fall play, Noise is Off. It's playing this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at the Forum. The dance company is getting ready for their performance, Waves, on December 6th and 7th at the PAC. Varsity Cheer qualified for and is going to attend the National High School Cheer Championships in Orlando, Florida for the first time in school history. They qualified at the UCA Southern California Regionals last Saturday at Miracosta High School, placing 2nd in the experienced and highly competitive field of schools. The Mustangs just finished our You Matter Week, a week when they proudly celebrated every Mustang on campus. Both students and staff joined in the excitement with spirited dress-up days and a variety of engaging activities, all designed to remind everyone that they had a very important and valued part of our Mustang community. And then it's not written down here, I didn't put it down, but YLHS football is in the semifinals of Division II. That is fantastic. I watched the game last Friday. It was incredible. Shout out to my friend Drake Dalmas. He's a starter, great player. And all my friends are going to go to the game on Friday, so I hope you guys make the 2-hour drive out to support the Mustangs. But that concludes my student board report. Thank you. That was a lot.
Once again, lovely board report.
Thank you.
We all are actually wondering if you would want to read ours. All right, so I do have a question, and if 2029 feels a little, dated to you, imagine how it feels like to the rest of us.
That checks out, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not my question. My question is, what are some of the opportunities that PYL-USD has given you to grow as a student and a leader?
For me, one of the biggest opportunities granted to me, and then 43 other kids are in ASB right now at EDHS. I've been in it for 3 years. I was a sophomore president, and I did the rallies last year, and now I'm ASB president. But under the leadership of Mr. Campuzano, he allows us to grow so much as leaders, and that program at El Dorado is just fantastic. So I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to do this and to do everything at El Dorado, and that's really helped me grow as a leader, and it's something that PYUSD has given me to keep going.
Amazing. Well, we are really enjoying you as our student board member, so thank you. All right, I'm going to give, we have an AVID presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Olivia Young.
Luke, you gonna chip in for me here?
I mean, if you want me to, I can, but
Thank you. Okay, well, good evening, President Blades, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Turnus, and members of Executive Cabinet. It is my pleasure to share information this evening about the AVID program and how it is helping us ensure college and career readiness for all students across the district. I'd like to begin by sharing AVID's mission, which is to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for success in college and career readiness in a global society. As you can see, this directly supports our district's vision and mission as well. At the foundation of AVID is WICR, which is a research and evidence-based learning support structure that helps students develop the skills and behaviors that prepare them for college and career success. These Tier 1 instructional strategies are student-centered, provide scaffolds to learning, help promote equity, build literacy, strengthen critical thinking, and are effective in any content area and any classroom on any campus. But AVID stretches far beyond WICR, which is the hallmark of the program. The global work that AVID does with districts and schools is rooted in their college and career readiness framework, which represents AVID's theory of action. Within this framework, educators take actions together in alignment across the 4 core domains of instruction, systems, leadership, and culture to help students develop the skills, knowledge, and experience needed to succeed in college, careers, and life. Essentially, AVID has identified what educators do and what students need, and how those things come together to work to close the opportunity gap so our students can be ready for college or career. In essence, AVID is both the vehicle with which to transport our instructional vision, as well as the belief system that is needed to ensure that every one of our students can and will succeed. Now that we have an understanding of AVID's mission, their core instructional strategies, and guiding framework, I'd like to share a bit about what the program looks like at the elementary and secondary levels. At the elementary level, AVID is a school-wide approach for grades TK through 6, and it's intended to close the opportunity gap before it begins. By teaching and reinforcing academic behaviors and higher-level thinking at a young age, AVID elementary teachers create a ripple effect in later grades. Elementary students develop the academic habits that they'll need to be successful in middle school, high school, and college in an age-appropriate and challenging way. Children learn about organization, study skills, communication, and self-advocacy. WICR strategies are embedded into the daily instruction of all elementary classrooms across entire grade levels, such as focus notes and the use of high-level questions. At the elementary level, AVID is not a standalone program or a pullout, but is instead a school-wide system that equips students with the academic, social, emotional, and professional knowledge and skills that are needed in the changing world. Now at the secondary level, AVID takes the form of an elective class for students who are typically the first in their family to attend college, who are middle performing and have the potential to excel with support from AVID strategies. The elective class provides structured tutorials for students twice a week by college tutors, as well as an explicit college and career readiness curriculum that heavily supports literacy. I liken the role of the AVID elective teachers as school parents to their AVID students, constantly monitoring student progress, helping them strengthen core skills, building their self-advocacy, and unlocking the hidden curriculum of college entrance and success. At the secondary level, when AVID goes beyond the elective class and expands school-wide, you can find the AVID strategies implemented in all classrooms across the campus. This is the marker of a school who has committed to instructional excellence, and their practices are used with all students. This inevitably leads to a culture of high expectations and academic behaviors that permeate the entire campus. Now that we have a strong understanding of what the AVID program entails and looks like, I'd like to share how it has grown over time and impacted our student achievement in this district. AVID has been in our district for 28 years, dating back to 1997, with one class of AVID offered at Kramer Middle School, followed by one class of AVID offered at Valencia High School the following year. Over 28 years, we have now expanded AVID to all of our secondary schools, including El Camino this year, and 13 out of 21 of our elementary schools, with 3 additional elementary schools in the process of becoming AVID schools. Additionally, 2 out of 6 of our middle schools are also AVID Excel schools, which specifically supports our long-term English learners by accelerating language acquisition, developing literacy, and placing them on the path to high school AVID and college preparatory coursework. We have invested significant resources in AVID over the years to train our staff, with 419 staff members trained in the last 5 years alone. We are proud to share that our district is home to one AVID Showcase school at Ruby Drive, which means they host events for educators throughout the state to learn about and observe the strong implementation and commitment to AVID strategies present. We're also proud to share that out of only 61 AVID national demonstration schools in the state and 213 across the country, our district is home to 2 AVID national demonstration schools at Kramer and Valencia. National demonstration schools serve as a model for the AVID college readiness system and have demonstrated a commitment to excellence in both the AVID elective and school-wide high expectations for all students. In fact, we were informed by AVID that we are the only district to have a TK-12 AVID national demonstration feeder pattern, not only in the state, but in the entire Western region. Yeah. So as more and more of our elementary schools are opting to implement AVID, we are creating a collective vision and common academic language for student success. In turn, our students exhibit higher agency, a stronger academic mindset, and are better equipped with the skills and strategies to succeed in secondary school and beyond. But don't take it from me. Let's hear it directly from our students and staff. At this time, I'd like to invite 3 students from our TK-12 National Demonstration Path schools to share about the impact AVID has had on their success. To begin, I'd like to invite Ruby Drive's principal, Lisa Carmona, and Andrea Canizales, a 4th grader, to the lectern.
Thank you, Dr. Young, and good evening to the board and executive cabinet. As an AVID Showcase school, Ruby Drive is committed to a culture of academic rigor and a supportive learning environment. Beginning in TK, Ruby scholars learn the foundational skills in organization, inquiry, collaboration, and critical thinking, which helps students build lifelong learning habits. These habits instill the confidence and resilience needed to achieve success. With me tonight is Andrea Canizales, a 4th grade AVID scholar. She is here with her mother and proud teachers, Miss Lawrence and Miss Burrows. Andrea embodies the qualities of a true AVID leader. She is a problem solver, a collaborator, and a confident communicator who is a positive role model to her peers. She will now share how AVID has had a positive impact on her education thus far.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrea Canizales, and I am a 4th grader at Ruby Drive Elementary School. I would like to share how AVID Elementary program has made a difference in my education. First off, I would like to let you know what AVID stands for. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. I have been in the AVID program since kindergarten. I have been an AVID ambassador for the school several times. I truly enjoy being an AVID ambassador since I feel like a strong leader. I enjoy teaching others all the AVID strategies we use at Ruby Drive. Because of AVID, I'm organized, confident, and ready to learn. My binder, forever folder, tabs, and agenda help me stay organized and to be able to find everything I need easily. I also feel like my 2 and my 3 column focus notes help me stay organized and ready to go further with my essay writing. One thing I really like about AVID is the collaboration. It helps me as well as others. If my partner or I don't understand something, we are able to ask questions and get ideas from each other. Through the discussion with others, I have become a better critical thinker and I am able to ask important questions. AVID has made me feel like a leader and part of the community at Ruby Drive. I will take what I've learned and continue with the strategies in middle school and in high school. AVID has helped me set future goals. I plan to attend UCLA and hope to be a lawyer one day. I know AVID will help me achieve this. Thank you for giving me the chance to share how AVID has helped me and my classmates become better students and bigger dreamers. Oh, amazing!
That was amazing. I'd now like to invite Kramer's principal, Matt Calloway, and Susel Palafox Nungaray, an AVID Excel 8th grader, to the lectern.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Good evening, President Blades, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Alex Chernus, and Executive Cabinet. At Kramer Middle School, AVID has transformed how we support student success. It's not just a program, it's a part of our culture. Through AVID, we've equipped students with the skills, confidence, and mindset to pursue their goals, creating pathways for achievement that extend far beyond middle school. It is my honor to introduce Susel Palafox Nungaray, one of our outstanding 8th grade students in AVID Excel. Susel is a second-generation Kramer student and a shining example of the opportunities AVID creates. She's here along with her family and her teachers, Miss Beth Missouri and Miss Jessica Rosette, to share her story and the impact AVID has had on her journey.
Good evening. My name is Susel Ruby Nungaray Palafox, and I want to share how AVID has helped me grow. One of the biggest changes I've noticed is in my communication skills. Before AVID, I was shy and afraid of what others would think of me. But my teacher, Miss Chia, encouraged me to pretend no one was watching and reminded me that 10 years from now I won't care about others' opinion. This advice has helped me feel more confident when I speak. AVID has also helped me get organized. In 6th grade, I often lost papers and missed deadlines, which affected my grades. Since joining AVID, I've been able to improve my organization and have seen my grades go up. I mostly get A's now, although science last year with Mr. Oblexi was a bit challenging. Lastly, AVID encouraged me to set goals. I used to feel unsure about sharing my interests, but now I'm confident in saying I want to accomplish big dreams in the future, like working in crime scenes, investigation, or becoming an immigration lawyer and helping people without legal status get their papers. AVID has truly helped me become a better student and person who is on track to reach her goals. Thank you for my teachers for guiding me along the way. I promise to make you all proud.
Thank you. Thank you, Susel. I mean, this is quite a feat to talk in front of a room like this, so great job. And finally, I'd like to invite Valencia's assistant principal, Paola Suchland, and Cesar Mora, a dual IB and AVID 12th grader, to the lectern.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. Thank you, Dr. Young. AVID has impacted Valencia by giving students the tool to challenge themselves in rigorous classes like AP and IB and college-level courses. And also, it has allowed them to apply to colleges our students have never dreamed and to help them prepare for success in colleges and beyond. Today I have Cesar, along with his family, Ms. Nasub, his counselor, and Mrs. Carnet, our AVID coordinator. Cesar Mora has been an AVID student since 6th grade. He's a dual IB and AVID student, president of VHS Big Brothers, Big Sisters Club, and a scholar with a true passion for helping others. Cesar plans to become a special education teacher and will graduate with both IB and AVID Scholar recognition. Welcome. Here you go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. So, as the session said, this year is my senior year, a significant milestone, but I'm also proud to say that it is my 7th year taking the AVID elective. And reflecting on who I am today, I can without hesitation attribute my academic success and my enthusiasm to the future to my experiences in the AVID program. Academically, AVID has taught me the power of collaboration and communication in learning. Through my experiences in tutorial groups, I've learned how to tackle new and difficult problems with the guidance of my peers and the support of our amazing AVID tutors. At the same time, I've been able to strengthen my own understanding of content by helping others, creating a never-ending cycle of learning. My AVID teachers, Ms. Harnett, Mr. Lee, Mr. Henry, and Mr. Rao, work hard to ensure that students like myself feel safe and comfortable seeking and receiving help in the AVID classroom, at school, and beyond. Their consistent individual guidance and regular check-ins have proven to be instrumental in my high school journey and have provided me with key moments of reflection and areas for growth that have been proven necessary for me to achieve my goals. One of the most transformative tools that AVID has provided me with is the growth mindset. The growth mindset is not just a concept, it's a practice, like a habit. For me, my moment of illumination to the growth mindset was when I was encouraged to take geometry over the summer and jump into Algebra 2/trigonometry honors after taking Algebra 1 my freshman year. And I had many misgivings, especially since I doubted my mathematical abilities. However, my AVID family at Valencia, especially Ms. Nassif, gave me the courage and confidence I needed to tackle both courses. Currently, my growth mindset has allowed me to maintain a part-time job, do well in the International Baccalaureate program, and have a 0 period behind that, and be a leader in my community and at school.
Wow.
AVID has prepared me for a future where I am excited to learn and grow at the university level. Especially since AVID has provided me with the skills such as focused note taking, I feel confident and prepared with my own system of focused notes, and I'm excited to see how can I apply those skills at the university level. So I could say without a doubt that AVID has significantly impacted me, not only because it has made me who I am today, but because it has showed me the possibilities of who I could be. AVID has given me the methods and tools such as organizational skills, time management, and communication in order to work hard towards going to college and to achieve my dreams. Thank you.
Thank you to all 3 of our students for taking the time this evening to share how AVID has impacted your success. Thank you to our site administrators and our staff who are joining us this evening as well for your support of our students, and to the families of our students. Thank you for your partnership and for entrusting us with your students. Now, to complement the amazing story shared this evening by our students, I'd like to just share some brief data about how AVID is closing the opportunity gap for our students by presenting our senior data from the class of 2024 across all 4 of our high schools. Last year, we had 138 AVID seniors in the AVID program across the district, of which 86% were socioeconomically disadvantaged. In comparing the graduation rates of our AVID students versus non-AVID students in our district, we see that 100% of our AVID students graduated as compared to our overall grad rate of 95.2%. This represents a 4.8% increase over their district peers. When we look at the courses of rigor taken, we see that 73% of our AVID seniors completed a course of rigor while in high school, as compared to 57% of all district seniors, which is a 16% increase over their district peers. When we look at the college readiness exams taken in those courses, we see that 56% of AVID seniors took a college readiness exam as compared to 32% of all district seniors. This is a 24% increase over their district peers. Then, when we look at the A to G completion rate, which are the requirements necessary for entrance to a four-year college, we see that 87% of last year's AVID seniors were A to G ready as compared to 57% of all students. This is a 30% increase over their district peers. As a reminder, 86% of our AVID seniors across the district were socioeconomically disadvantaged. These results speak for themselves. AVID is irrefutably helping us close the opportunity and achievement gap in our district. And when we look at what our students do when they leave our district, we find that our AVID graduates enroll in college the first fall after high school at 87% as compared to 62% nationally, which is a 25% increase. And when we break down what type of college our AVID graduates are enrolling in, 56% enroll directly in a 4-year school and 32% enroll directly in a 2-year school, which is 11 and 15% higher than the national average, respectively. Finally, when we look at the fall-to-fall college persistent rate of our AVID graduates compared to the national average, we find that they continue onto their second fall at an 8% higher rate than their peers across the country. So when we think about the return on investment, no other evidence-based program has generated the student outcomes like AVID has for over 40 years. And in summary, our AVID students are not just better prepared to succeed in high school and gain entrance into college, they're also finding more success when in college than their peers. And through AVID, our students are able to overcome obstacles and achieve success regardless of their life circumstances. Whether they choose to pursue college or not, our AVID students are able to think critically, collaborate, and set high expectations for themselves to confidently conquer the challenges that await them in their career and life. So in closing, we thank you for your continued support of AVID as the program continues to expand further district-wide. I would love to take a moment to thank Paul Laporte, our AVID district specialist, for his steadfast dedication to the growth of the program for the past 10 years, and to Dr. Will Gray, our Executive Director of College and Career Readiness, for ensuring that all our students graduate college and career ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young. To the students here, thank you for coming and sharing with the community what we all know so well, and that is that AVID is a jewel of our school district and something that we're going to continue for years to come. So this is a great program. We're so proud of you guys. Thank you, teachers, for coming to support your students, and principals and administrators. And we will continue to celebrate this program and to track the success. And I think the data shows that this is not just a qualitative feel-good program. This is actually a program that works. So thank you very much.
All right, this is a time when our students and their families, if you'd like to go ahead and exit, we'll give you a couple minutes to leave the building so you guys can go home and I guess probably do homework. Okay, it looks like our students have left the building. And so, we've broken up our board meeting tonight in like the different things. We're actually trying something new tonight. And so when you guys were putting in your speaker card, you were asked what you would like to speak on. And so we have the action items of 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4. We're going to take those speakers right now. And so I have Nellie Raphael, I have Linda Cohn, I have Don Miller, and I have Scott Sheba. And if you guys want to come to the front, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And just so everyone knows, these are for the superintendent and assistant superintendent comments. This pertains to these agenda items.
Are those all the comments? Thank you so
No.
much. On this subject?
On this subject.
I put my card in for this subject.
This subject?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, she's got more. She just called the first one.
I just called the first four.
That's what I was asking. Thank you so much.
Okay.
In 2020, 3 outgoing board members, Downey, Carmona, and Pageant, quickly participated in superintendent interviews just 5 days before an election. Despite the confirmation that the board would gain 3 new members after the 2020 election, the outgoing board disregarded the community and the wishes of the new members by hiring a new superintendent on a 4-year contract. These outgoing members never collaborated with the new superintendent, but ensured the union's preferred candidate was selected. Why was there no outcry at that time? With 4 existing board members on the new board and Dr. Chernus joining on a 5-0 vote in 2023, making changes to superintendent and assistant superintendent contracts is minor compared to the actions of the outgoing 2020 board. Buck and Freeman were involved in the 2020 vote that granted El Sasser a supermajority vote. Additionally, the past 2 superintendents had supermajority clauses in their contracts, so this is not introducing anything new. Also, consideration should be given to Anderson's multiple hostile work environment claims. Is this her way of retaliating against a superintendent who filed claims against her for misconduct? Let's focus on presenting facts rather than inciting chaos in the community once again.
Okay, this is the first warning. We're going to be respectful to speakers. If you want to talk out from your seat and not be respectful, then you'll be asked to leave. First warning.
Linda Cohn, with so much attention being focused on school boards, you no longer have the luxury as trustees of firing top administrators without cause. You have the right, but it's highly problematic because we know from experience that the public simply does not understand the firing without cause that takes place behind closed doors. We saw this vividly and clearly in Orange Unified School District, where we went through 14 months of hell. I don't want to go through that same experience in Placentia-Yorba, Linda. I would argue that the vote to fire without cause should be unanimous in this situation. I know that's rather extreme, but consider this. The vote to hire these people was unanimous just 18 months ago. A 4-to-1 supermajority should be the absolute minimum requirement for firing for any cause. But this raises a much bigger question. I'm asking all of you in front of me and behind me, how can you justify firing this administration team that has turned an 8-year decline in enrollment dramatically around? And that's just the beginning. You all heard about those test scores where our most disadvantaged kids had incredible leaps in math achievement on their test, directly related to the high-quality tutoring that this administration implemented after the previous administration canceled summer school. I could go on, but my time is very limited. I simply want to say that satisfying union agendas should not trump protecting and educating our children and respecting parent rights.
Dawn Miller.
Dawn Miller, again resident, retired assistant superintendent from Orange County. Per our board bylaws, and I just need to make sure we understand, that's how we make our decisions. It's not about what we want or what we think, but it's about how we are being governed. And per board bylaw 9325.3, every official action requires a majority vote for all the membership. It lists actions that require a 4 of 5 vote, and none of them would pertain to an employment agreement. As for the employment agreement for Alex Chernus, just in June, there was an extension of his contract to 2028 without any formal evaluation. This already is a violation of Board Policy 2111.1, Board Bylaw 9000, and Board Bylaw 9021A. Why would any Board of Education limit their ability to hold a superintendent or designee responsible and make it more difficult to terminate? The answer is they wouldn't. So why is this even an agenda item? Especially because it's a violation just to have it on the agenda, to be put to a vote, which is the responsibility of our superintendent and our president of the board. And as Ms. Blades was quoted in the Orange County Register today, it's because district employees fear losing their jobs. I have a side note. I didn't see any last year's termination of assistant superintendents or site administrators having a supermajority vote in order to be terminated. I guess we are only going to protect those who have maybe donated to a board president's reelection campaign or campaigned against Trustee Anderson for reelection, not conducting a formal evaluation on the superintendent and putting this in agreement is malpractice.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Sheba. My first time addressing the board here, and I would like to reiterate and ask the board to consider how amending the superintendent contract at this time is in any way beneficial to the families or the community that you represent. As was previously mentioned, the superintendent contract was already amended this year to extend his contract to 2028 without a performance review. If you felt it was so necessary to amend his contract to include a supermajority for termination with cause, why was the contract not amended as such at that time? As mentioned, President Blades has said in the comments to the media that this is because we need more oversight and this measure is needed to retain people. And she's called it hypocritical for members of the community and the board minority to oppose this because this type of clause has been added to past superintendent contracts. That's, however, not the case. As we know, the previous superintendent contracts, which were including super majorities, were for termination without cause, and this contract amendment would be for termination with cause. It should be noted, as mentioned, that this contract amendment comes after Dr. Chernus donated $150 to President Blade's re-election campaign, and he was seen at a campaign event for the candidate running in opposition to Ms. Anderson. Dr. Chernus is certainly free to do as he chooses. However, unless we would like to set a dangerous precedent for quid pro quo, I feel that President Blades should abstain from voting on this agenda item because it would be a clear conflict of interest. And I believe that I'm accurate. And I believe if there was any error or, thing counter to what I've said, that that's not accurate, you can certainly call me out on it, but I think that we all know that that's the truth. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Joshua Schroeder, Brooke Harper, Tricia Quintero, and I'm sorry, is this Chow Cow? I can't read this. Is this you, sir? Okay, thank you.
My name is Josh Schrader. I'm a PIYLUSD parent. Dr. Chernus badly botched the USI construction and launch. Remember when it was going to be at Buena Vista, and continues to obfuscate its financial situation and enrollment numbers with half-truths. He has overseen an unprecedented exodus of experienced and beloved staff. His actions in no way warrant enhanced contract protection. If anything, they warrant an immediate performance review, something that he has inexplicably not had under the current board's leadership. Requiring a supermajority vote for dismissal with cause would violate state education code. This was not part of the previous superintendent's contract. The previous superintendent, Dr. Elsasser, supermajority clause was only for dismissal without cause. But you know what Dr. Elsasser's contract did specify? An annual performance review. This election was the public's first chance to provide a referendum on Dr. Chernus's actions as superintendent. In fact, for many of the people I spoke with, it was one of their primary motivations for which board candidate they chose to vote for. The new board deserves the same power over his employment and his potential with cause termination that this outgoing board has had. This contract amendment must be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience for my questions earlier. Appreciate it. My name is Brooke Harper. I'm a parent, taxpayer, and a proud member of this community. I oppose any changes to board policy, employment contracts, the addition of resolutions, additional board meetings, or any other major changes to how this board governs during this lame duck period between now and the December meeting. I did want to point out that not 2 years ago, the Republican Party released a parent revolt program that supported firing lawyers and superintendents without cause. So I'm a little baffled by these calls of these things being hypocritical. Here we are. The fact that you moved public comment to the end of the meeting just confirms once again for me that some of you on this stage have abandoned the board's mission to be a bridge between the community and the administration. I wish that were not the case. I wish you cared about all of us. Shame on you.
Hello, my name is Tricia Quintero, and I wanted to speak today in regards to the proposed contract changes. These changes are being proposed with the guise of bettering school community. Unfortunately, the impression I have of these changes is not what is best for the community, but instead what is best for a select few. The community spoke 2 weeks ago. They do not want any more surprise changes. I was also shocked to see my opinion in a published article. I have not said anything in regards to this topic, nor have I ever publicly expressed my opinion in regards to any contract changes or employment matters. So, to say someone is afraid of possible firings is absolutely unfounded. This is truly disappointing, yet sadly not surprising.
Good evening. My name is Truman Kao. I'm a resident of Yorba Linda for about 20 years, and I just want to ask for fairness for this contract. Our president can lose the re-elections just by simple majority. Our governor can be recalled by simple majority. even the board in front of me, can lose and fail the re-election by simple majority. So out of one person in this district needs to hold highest accountability is the superintendent. A superintendent cannot be harder be fired than the one he or she fires us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Hanzo, Shani Murray, and Andy Falco.
I have no confidence in Superintendent Chernus or Board Member Trustee Leandro Blades, and I oppose contract changes. I'm going to reference a document that is entitled Bylaws of the Board, 9325.3, Actions of the Board. There's a section about non-agenda items. There's a section about actions requiring 4/5 vote of the board. There's 3 things you can do with a 4-5 vote. Those 3 things are the expenditure and transfer of necessary funds or use of district property or personnel to meet a national or local emergency created by war, military, naval, air attack, sabotage, or to provide for adequate national or local defense. The second reason to vote 4-5 is to adopt a resolution between July 15 and August 30th to borrow funds. The third reason would be to declare an emergency in order to authorize a district to include a particular brand name or product in a bid specification. Those are the only 3 reasons to ever use a 4-5 vote. A unanimous vote in that section says that you would need a unanimous vote to authorize the terms of a community lease for extraction of gas. The second reason would be for emergency exits that would need approval by the county superintendent of schools. And so those are the outline changes since 2014. The board has not changed these policies, and if you try to change them today, you're violating government state law and education code. So I have no confidence, and I also encourage the public to participate more and read up on these bylaws because we are getting gaslit tonight.
Hi, my name is Shani Murray. I'm a parent in the district, and I'm just trying to understand why you're attempting to undermine the new board majority. The only thing that will change is instead of Sean Youngblood, we'll have Tricia Quintero, who received the most votes out of any candidate running with almost 10,000 votes. She ran on a platform of student achievement, community engagement, fiscal responsibility and transparency, and informed decision-making. She promised to be an advocate for all children and a unifying voice, treating everyone with dignity and respect. So what are you afraid of, and what are you trying to hide?
Thank you, Shani.
After months of lies from the teachers union about the current administration, namely how you all were firing hundreds of teachers and principals and were needlessly spending money, all of which were lies, that same teachers union is demanding that Quintero, Anderson, and Buck dismantle and destroy all the positive progress that has been made by Dr. Alex Chernus and his executive staff. In one of many racist and anti-Semitic posts against Dr. Chernus and Dr. Gates, the campaign workers of Quintero and Anderson write, T-minus 49 days until a new school board in audits. Bet there are a few people feeling nervous. I hope the first step is auditing USI, OCSCS, BYMS. I am almost giddy. Another one writes, I want them to know we are coming for them. I hope they are nervous. I hope Chernus is fired. Add the principal, Janice D says, add the principal of BYMS to that and I am in. Time to cut out the cancer. Can you imagine calling one of our finest, if not our finest principal, a cancer? I am begging and praying that none of you give in to Quintero, Anderson, and Buck and their attempt to destroy PYLUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion for 14.1, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the amend employment contract of Dr. Olivia Young, Assistant Superintendent of Education Services.
I'll second.
Okay. So just to recap about what is in front of us is we got a cease and desist today from, don't get too excited. We got a cease and desist from the CTA, which is the California Teachers Association, and the APLE, which was, we also were brought into court today by a citizen and a little bit of an entourage, and they tried to essentially do a temporary restraining order on this vote tonight, and the judge denied the temporary restraining order. It is also found too that according to our attorney, the cease and desist does not have any merit, and so we are going to go ahead with the vote. However, I do have this question, and as we do go over these contracts, we do need to talk about the precedent that was set in 2020, which leads us to where we are tonight. What the judge said in court today was essentially they were trying to stop the vote because they said they don't like how we're going to vote. It was kind of essentially that. And, next month the board is going to turn over, is what they said. And so what the judge said to this person was, he said, so Congress is still in session until January 3rd, I believe. Do we expect them to stop working? Do we expect them to stop making decisions? And I will say that Apple has also said, I write on behalf of the Association of Placentia-Yorba Educators, CTA, and NEA, to inform you that the Placentia-Yorba Unified School District intend to require a supermajority vote of its Board of Education to approve the termination of employment contracts of 4 high-level district administrators would violate Ed Code. According to our attorney, it does not. And it says, as you're aware of a recent election, the composition of the district's Board of Education will be changing, and at least one new trustee will be replacing an outgoing trustee. And so essentially that is part of their problem and why they wanted to cease and desist. But we go back to 2020, and we go back to approximately 5 days before the November 2020 election, when there was a previous board of 5 people. 2 were not running for re-election, so there was going to be 2 board members already brought in, possibly 3. And so they went on a Sunday and they did a superintendent, they did superintendent interviews, and they gave a conditional offer of employment to Dr. James Elsasser 5 days before the November 2020 election. And so on November 10th of 2020, they offered Jim Elsasser a 4-year contract with a supermajority, knowing that 3 board members were going to not be sitting on the dais. And so I asked, what is the difference tonight from what we had in November? And I would also like to ask, my other question is where is the cease and desist from APLE and the CTA and the NEA to the board president at the time, Eric Padgett? Because we're under the same circumstance. In fact, we have more board members that aren't going to be on this thing. So where is the cease and desist? Is it because Eric Padgett was a part of the CT and the NEA? Is it because the union was okay with the hire? What is the difference tonight from what our board is doing? So what you're telling me, I'm not asking you guys this questions, I'm saying hypothetical. So what I'm telling, so what I'm saying is there's no difference from now in 2020 till now into 2024.
I'd like to comment.
Well, I'm still speaking. 1 second.
Well, it sounded like you were done.
Well, I'm just waiting for them to quiet. So that's where my thoughts are, and that's also too. It's been spoken with for the attorney. Jim Elsasser never had an evaluation. He was here for 18 months. So all of these comments about evaluations, Jim Elsasser never had an evaluation. Mike Matthews didn't have an evaluation. So that's kind of moot. And also, We also feel too that another part of these contracts is that there's some things that are just going on behind the scenes that we feel that
Who's we?
There's some stuff that's going on behind the scenes that this would actually be a move to protect the district, because if anybody made moves to fire Dr. Chernus in December, as social media stating, or any of these things, it could be considered retaliatory. For instance, this cease and desist that we received today from APLE, I'm not sure if everybody is understanding here, is this is the first superintendent and this is the first cabinet and the first law firm that has actually held the union president to her contract. We have not been receiving any funds from the CTA or from Apple to fund her employment contract. So it has been told to us that she is working outside of her contract and has been since 2004. And so we have a potential misuse of public funds. And this person right here is holding her accountable, the first superintendent in 20 years, and this board majority also. Now this year, 50% of the salary will be paid to the district by Apple or the CTA. And next year, 100% of her salary will be paid by CTA or APLE. But the problem that we have here is we have what appears to be some retaliatory acts from our teachers union. And why is that? Is that because we're holding, we have people on our executive cabinet or superintendent holding people accountable for these things. I'm also concerned about any type of retaliatory action for things that are also going on in HR from our board. And so when we were reviewing the contracts and found that Dr. Elsasser was given the supermajority 4-1, and then Dr. Matthews was given the same. And so I said, would you guys like a supermajority in your contract as well? And what we think happened was we think that our change in law firm, when we had Atkinson, AAYLR, they were giving the supermajority because that's where it started. It started with that law firm. And so when I asked David Huff why we didn't, offer that, he says he usually just waits for the superintendent or the person in contract to ask for it or the board to ask for it. So we're doing it tonight, which is no different than what happened 4 years ago. And we're not lame ducks. We're still moving forward. We're still, doing all of this. So that's what we have from court. Obviously, the judge denied the TRO. Our attorney has said that all of this of what we're doing tonight is legal, and it's not violating board bylaws. It's not violating board policy, because it's been done before. And so, Todd, do you have anything?
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that.
Okay.
So I was actually the one here when Elsasser's contract was done. So let me just point out the reasons why they're different. Number one, those two contracts were approved at a 5-0 vote. Doesn't appear like you're going to have a supermajority tonight to get this supermajority clause added. Neither Elsasser nor Matthews contracts had a 5-0 clause for unilateral termination with or without cause. This is an addition. In this one, it's a 4-1 even with cause. These contracts with Dr. Elsasser, it was an initial contract for his employment and the only way that he would accept the position in a community that was divided. We also took a long 6-month process and had a climate survey done throughout the entire community to get input from the community, from students, from teachers, to find out what kind of administrator they wanted. That was never done here. The reason why Dr. Elsasser did not get an evaluation is because he resigned before it came to that time. So at that point, then we had to go out and look for another superintendent. And we decided to do an interim superintendent at that time because there was a board election coming up. And we wanted the new board to be able to have that opportunity because of what had happened in the past, we didn't want to recreate that. His contract was a year, and it had a supermajority in a clause as well, because he was the only one that applied, the only one that we interviewed, and the only one that was willing to take the job at the time. So, very different, and at that time, we did not have assistant superintendent's clause, contracts in there as well. When you have, now if this gets passed, you have assistant superintendents that also can't be terminated with a 4-1 vote, even at the recommendation of the superintendent. I'm going to vote no. Oh, one last thing. Board Bylaw 9000, Board and Superintendent Roles and Responsibilities. The role of the board is to ensure that the superintendent holds district personnel accountable. You can't do that with these contracts.
Okay, I have a couple questions. You keep saying "we," and in the contracts, it clearly states that it is the desire of the board to amend this agreement. So who on the board desired this?
I brought it
To the board?
I brought it to this.
Well, if we vote yes, then that amount of the board is saying that they want to do it.
Okay, because I found out about this on Friday. So I am not part of this desire to amend the board contract. Of any of them. And let me see what other questions I have for you. I think Mrs. Buck covered everything else I'm looking for. But I just want to say that I think you're misrepresenting what the attorney gave us. He gave us a legal opinion. And if we would like to waive a simple majority, we can actually read that. And the community can be clear on what the attorney said. So, you guys agreed to that we can?
I'm willing to waive it to read the opinion of the attorney.
I am too.
You're saying to vote to?
Just to read the opinion.
If we have
To
a
read the
consensus, we can read the thing, because Mrs. Blades says that it's not illegal, and my read of what the attorney said is different.
And I asked for David Huff to be here today on 2 separate occasions, and I was denied.
David Huff said that he had given his legal opinion to the board, and I believe he was also in court all day today, so he couldn't make it.
Well, Dr. Chernus is the one that told me he could not attend, that he would not be attending.
The board has a legal opinion. It's been vetted by council. The board has the ability to waive privilege. It's not my recommendation to read legal opinions in public.
Well, I would concur. I think we're setting a precedent to waive privilege. I mean, you can laugh at all you want. That's fine.
very rude.
But I think it would be inappropriate for us to set that precedent to waive the privilege to read it in public at this point. So.
Okay, well, I just want it stated on the record that my opinion and President Blades' opinions of this opinion do not match up.
Okay.
And also, I just think it's a really poor comparison to compare the 2 contracts of prior superintendents, because they had a simple majority for cause to get fired. And it just breeds corruption, thank you. It just breeds corruption to do that, and I don't think that's how our government's set up. It's not how it works, and I think it's wrong. So I will be voting no on all of these contracts.
Okay, so, for me, for those that might not be in the know, did you by chance see the last board meeting? Did we see the amount of supposedly educators and teachers in our district that were acting absolutely foolish, where you would think that they were part of a 7th grade class, giving FUs to Dr. Chernus, saying that they would want him fired if they had the choice. And it was so disappointing. These are people in which are educating your kids. And if they're willing to act that way in public, what do they do behind the closed doors in their classrooms? So,
I think if you're referring to Mr. Davis, then that's really just disrespectful. Really disrespectful.
Well,
There were okay.
And I would agree.
Well, and hold on, Sean. I don't know if you're aware, but there was a lot of talking in the crowd.
Absolutely.
So, and Mr. Davis.
I understand, but I love that. I love that man so much.
I appreciate that you appreciate it. That's really great.
Totally.
However, I don't think that's what Mr. Youngfellow is referring to.
I understand that the general of last meeting. That was.
You were there. Yeah.
It was crazy.
Absolutely. So, with that.
But I'm glad it's clear now that we have had that conversation.
With that, I think it was very clear that there was already going to be an issue once the election was over. If the board got switched, that they were going to target certain members up here on the dais, and whether or not that you think Dr. Chernus and his staff are doing decent jobs, the one thing that we continue to forget is it's about the kids. And if everyone who really had such a deep disdain were looking at Dr. Chernus or any of the board members and totally forgetting about the whole reason in which we're up here, and we're completely forgetting that this is about the kids and their education, okay? We have a tendency to go after one particular person, but that is in itself just a person, and it's not it might be an ideology, it might be ideas in which you guys may be disappointed or disagree with, but I guarantee you the person is all for the kids in the district. And I can tell you that if I, myself, want to insulate Dr. Chernus and this amazing staff that he's got around him, then I will do so. So my vote will be yes.
I'll make my comments brief. I think this is a move in consistency. One of our comments earlier was about the situation in Orange Unified this last year. That was an absolute mess, and it was because there was action taken without enough evidence pulled together to make that move, and it caused an uproar out there. I also would like to say that regardless of whether it's cause or without cause, if there is an issue and we need to change leadership, I am all for voting for changing leadership. So well, no, but I'm saying what my point is, if it needs to be a supermajority, my guess is if we've got cause or we're wanting to move without cause, I doubt that's going to happen, but it would be a 5-0 majority vote, just like it was to hire. So I think that there's things that have been said that if came to fruition would be a big problem. I think this helps keep us consistent, and based on legal opinion, I feel comfortable moving forward with the contract. So I'll be voting yes.
Okay. I also would just like to just to note that just today on this some of these websites, people have said, like there was a comment. I guess
Let me just remind everybody that this is the board that votes. They don't vote.
Oh, I understand.
And when we have a new board member that comes in, that board will be voting. It doesn't matter what says on social media, what anybody says, the assumptions that are being made about the new board.
I agree with you.
There are so many assumptions being made of what is going to happen, and you don't know that. So by making decisions now, you're actually legislating for the future board,
I think that's
which is
an opinion.
against the law.
I think that's an opinion.
And what I was saying about the social media was it said just earlier today, should Todd Frazier vote for this tonight, he could be up for a recall. And then it even goes further, you know. You can be again a recall until after 90 days. And then like basically a candidate who lost, you know, they'll take over, they'll do what's needed for the district. And so what I'm saying here is, you know, we have people that are like actually threatening recall just based on our decisions up here. Like there's threats on social media for a decision. So I'm just saying is like, you know what, we're holding firm because look at Orange. I mean, now Orange Unified, they've had a rough 14 months and then they gave those raises and now we're looking at, you know, their funding is going, you know, they're in a deficit spending if they, you know, from some of the stuff that's happened because they don't have any consistency in their district.
I just want to add, I think it's really sad that we can read social media, but we can't read an attorney's opinion.
Social media is very different than legal opinions. That's
It's
a
Ms.
fact.
Anderson, it's more than a legal opinion, Ms. Anderson. It's pending litigation. And so it'd be irresponsible to do that, and you know well that that is not appropriate.
So you're saying there's going to be litigation because you haven't notified us about
I'm saying
that?
there was today.
We were in
You
court
were
today.
notified.
We were in court
We were in
today
court
about it.
today.
I wasn't notified that there was
wasn't
court today.
notified today that we were in court.
I sent you the report
No,
today.
you did not.
You did not. You sent me the after report, but you didn't send it to me in the morning
So
that we were
again,
going
this
to
is
court.
potential litigation.
These are
or
reasons
existing.
why I have concerns. I don't get all of the information.
We are left out of the communication. And that's why I brought up the we, because it wasn't we. And I think there's a lot of issues here. And I think we should just put this aside and go back to the attorney and get this straightened out. Because I think we're going to, we already had litigation today that I wasn't aware of, but until after the fact. But all this is going to do is take money away from our kids. It's going to take money away from our education.
Where's the financial impact? Where's the financial impact?
Potential litigation. Litigation is expensive.
Sure, I understand, but litigation happens all the time too. Like that, you're making you're making an assumption, just like Carrie said, that people have a lot of opinions, but you're making an assumption that that means that this is going to cause that. We don't know that.
Well, Dr.
cease and desist.
That was previous, as what we talked about earlier today. Yes, absolutely, that's in the email. Sure, but I think that we are talking about a bunch of opinions up here. You have stated your opinion. Carrie stated hers. Sean stated his. I've stated mine, and Leandra stated hers. And that's what we're here for, to make judgments based on how we see the facts and the situations. And I think it's time for a vote.
Yes, I do too. Before we go for a vote, I was going to add on here onto the termination agreement that it says and this will be for all of them, so it'll be the same language, but it says for failure by Young to substantially perform the duties or responsibilities as set forth in this agreement found by clear and convincing evidence. And then in addition, the district may terminate this agreement.
Which paragraph is that? And what's the point?
I'm sorry, it's A. It looks like the very first paragraph. Do you see it now?
Yeah, in that first sentence. got
Right.
it.
And so it says, in addition, the district may terminate this agreement for breach of contract if it determines in its sole discretion, determined by clear and convincing evidence. So just putting that in, and then also, what was that?
Excuse me, we have a motion?
We have a motion.
Are you making a motion to amend?
I'm making a motion to amend
Okay.
the,
Can you state your motion to amend so the board has it?
Yeah, nobody made a motion. She was talking about a potential change. I don't know that adding the language is necessary.
Sean made the motion, so he can only amend the motion.
Is, Dr. Chernus, is that a recommendation to amend the motion?
He's the parliamentarian.
Ms. Blades is making a recommendation.
Okay.
I can send this
So-
down to you if you'd like to see it. The recommendation is in green and the line that's crossed out.
Can we take a break and get copies of that so that we can all see what the changes are? Instead of passing one copy around?
I don't support amending what we have.
Okay.
I would just like at least a few minutes to study it.
Well, it was just an addition of a language like we do to resolutions and other things. Sometimes we sit here and we add language, but.
Exactly, that's why I would like to see.
But if we're not going to have a motion to amend it, then let's go ahead with the vote. The
No,
original vote.
I think the original's fine.
Perfect.
Oh, you guys want?
Okay. All those in favor? Mrs. Buck?
No.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Youngblood?
Aye.
Mr. Frazier?
Aye.
I am an aye, and Luke?
Is this for 14.1?
I don't think he can vote on this kind of stuff.
Oh, that's true.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was hoping you would just say abstain.
No.
Okay, so the motion. So motion carries 3-2. All right, 14.2, I need a motion.
Don't make the motion. We are making that motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended employment contract for Renee Gray, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, 14.2.
I'll second.
All right. Since we've already had all the discussions on all of these, do I have any more comments? Any more
Roll call.
comments?
I just reaffirmed my previous comments.
Perfect.
Same.
All those in favor?
No.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries 3-2. 14.3 to approve the, I'm sorry, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended employment contract for Dr. Isaiah Gates, Deputy Superintendent, 14.3.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Frazier. I have a second by Mr. Youngblood. Sorry. Almost changed your gender.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
No.
Okay, I'm going to roll call vote. Mrs. Buck?
No.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Youngblood?
Absolutely.
Mr. Frazier?
Aye.
And I am an aye. Motion carries 3-2. I need a motion for 14.4.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract for Dr. Alex Chernis, Superintendent.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Youngblood. I have a second by Mr. Frazier. All those in favor?
I have comments.
Okay.
Okay, so for this particular agenda item, this in addition to all the rest, but I'm going to point out all of the different violations here. This violates Government Code 54952.6. Action taken means collective action, decision made by a majority of the members of a legislative body. 54957, this chapter shall not be construed to prevent the legislative body of a local agency from holding closed sessions during a regular or special meeting to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee. Article 4 of Ed Code, Powers and Duties of Governing Boards. Ed Code 35010, every school district shall be under the control of a board of school trustees or a board of education. Ed Code 35164, the governing board shall act by majority vote of all of the membership constituting the governing board. Ed Code 35161, the governing board, however, retains ultimate responsibility over the performance of those powers delegated by law or duties so delegated. Per board bylaw 9325.3, actions by the board, every official action requires a majority vote by all board members. While some actions require 4 out of 5 vote, none of these pertain to the employment agreement. This contract violates board policy 21111.1, evaluation of superintendent. Board Policy 9000, Board and Superintendent Roles and Responsibilities, Board Bylaw 9010, Board Authority 9020, Board Powers and Authority, Board 09021A, Professional Governance Standards of the Board. Beyond these policy violations, the board responsibility includes hiring and supervising the superintendent to ensure alignment of the district's board vision, goals, and policies. Why would any Board of Education compromise this? This amendment violates government Ed Code board policies and undermines responsible governance. A 4-1 supermajority, or 80%, which is quoted in there, is if less than 5 is statistically impossible. With 4 board members, it would require a 4-4 vote or 100% to meet the 80% threshold. This 3-4 vote would only get you 75% of the way, and you would never get to the point where you could terminate with or without cause, even with that. Again, I'm voting no.
Okay. Roll call vote. Roll call vote, please.
No.
Mrs. Anderson.
No.
Mr. Youngblood.
Once again, did our lawyer go over this particular, and what is it that he mentioned?
He said that this was legal, and he said it was fine, and he also did go towards.
That's not quite accurate.
Krishan, you're on the board, you can actually read this.
Thank you, dear. Okay. I vote aye.
Oh, aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries 3-2. Okay, so we have now a public hearing about OCSCS, and so we are actually going to do our. Do you want the comments? Dr. Fisher, would you like to hear the comments first, so you can possibly address any of the comments in the public hearing, or would you like to do your public hearing first?
Yeah. Public comment.
Do we have a law or something around that?
First.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
No, there's no law about this, Ms. Buck. She's free to present as
We're
long
not
as we
voting
have
on
public
anything.
comment within.
Is there
the
any
hearing.
rule on when the hearing
no
is
really,
open, then they do it, or before or
They-
after?
they- Okay.
Sounds good. So we are going to open up the public hearing at 7:39 p.m. and I'll call the speakers forward. We have Don Miller, Joshua Schroeder, Heidi Chipman, and Curtis McCatherine. Let me look. Hold on one second. Let me count. There's 8. So you want to be at the end? I'll move you to the end. Whenever you're ready.
Dawn Miller, I'm back. So I am here to respond now to this public hearing. In regards to this public hearing, board members who would be in support of this are in violation of Board Policy 1160, Board Bylaw 9021A, Board Policy 9200, and possibly for you, Ms. Blades, possibly Board Bylaw 9250, which is conflict of interest. This action is very alarming. From reading the proposal, it is giving up the district's governance of this school, as well as moving ahead a controversial USI program, which again had been developed quickly and with little transparency. The superintendent and board president has been telling the community that the school is a district charter. No worries, it's so great, we need to spend millions of dollars to make the top of the line for our kids. And it sounds like it's a wonderful program. We've been hearing how great this program is, and again, started very quickly without the opportunity for vetting. USI is also one of those programs that was developed quickly without transparency, and supposedly a great program for our kids as well. But now the superintendent and the board president want to put a board agenda item to begin the process of calling for a vote to give this school and USI program away and make it an independent charter in which our board would not oversee as one of our schools. The Orange County Register article also quoted Ms. Blades, stating that the proposed changes have been in consideration for some time now. Well, what does that say to us? That says that even though they've been telling us as a district that they've been that this is a district school, that they're now again lying to us in the public since they've had this in mind the whole time. This board election results just made the movement on it faster than probably intended. So what superintendent and school board president ever on the face of the earth and beyond would ever give away a district school? The answer again is none, none, none. We have funded this school, and no board member should ever be willing to donate the millions of dollars to an independent charter that has a board that controls the governance of staff and budget. This school belongs to us, the district, and to our PYLUSD board should be responsible for that oversight. It appears that this change may be to protect maybe the current charter principal, as well as maybe beginning to take public schools away and converting them into charter schools. Could be something of one or more of your desires. Board Policy 9200 states board members are to be champions of the public schools.
Thank you.
These board policies and board law need to be the law in which you govern.
Thank you.
If you want to know what board policies, I have a whole list of them right here. I'll send them out to
Am I good? Right. Again, I'm Josh Schrader, a parent in PYLSD. My question is this: why is this happening in the middle of the first year? Students just started at OCS this fall, the first class. Why would we allow a less than 3-month-old district charter to suddenly become an autonomous entity? How could we possibly know if it will succeed or fail in the long run? Standardized testing for the year hasn't even happened yet. Why should we give up elected control to a nebulous charter board in the middle of its first year? This is a gross abdication of our board's financial responsibilities to taxpayers and educational responsibilities to the children at OCSCS. Secondly, what in the world does an elite sports institute have to do with a computer science-focused middle school? The only reason the USI gym is in the Bernardo-Yorba MPR in the first place is due to Dr. Chernus's mismanagement of the USI construction process at Buena Vista. These two projects have nothing to do with each other. There are very real problems with the USI finances, and this board has not been transparent about them. The truth is this: you are trying to cover your mistakes by hiding the USI in the OCSCS and sweeping it all under an independent charter. And you are trying to do it now before the new board takes office. There is no other reason to explain why this is happening so quickly and so suddenly. Thank you.
Heidi Chipman.
Hey, good evening, and I have been, well, I'm a lifetime member of Yorba Linda and Yorba Linda school districts, and I've taught in the district for 35 years. And I'm overwhelmed at what I've seen happen in the last years here, and it breaks my heart. The initial reason to create a public charter school is to increase flexibility and innovation within public education. Your Placentia-Yorba Linda Unified School District has one of the most outstanding, flexible, innovative program from K or pre-K through high school. Why we would want to have the financial hit of sending students, if we lose 2 students to a private charter school per grade level, we will lose the per pupil funding, but the fixed administration costs will remain the same. Also, financial hits are serious. Moody's investment service reports that charter schools can negatively affect the district's credit ratings. We continue with this board mostly to put the cart before the horse. And when you listen to the speakers, pro and con, on both sides. It is important that you remember you are representing all of our district, And it breaks my heart that we're fighting over to make a charter school. We've never wanted a charter school, never, and especially one that's not run by us. We will have non-qualified teachers, we will have, they don't have to be qualified. Charter school teachers have different credential systems than we do. Anyway, I'm speaking from my heart, and I'm very disappointed in our school board currently, with 2 exceptions.
Are you? Okay, April, Maria Lapita Stubbs, and Porter James Hughes. Did you grab a comment card? Go ahead and put it in. I did. Oh, you did? I'm not done with all the speakers yet, so you're probably in here. I have April. I have Maria Lapita Stubbs, and then I have Porter James Hughes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your time tonight. I have a unique opportunity to present to you my opinion, my experience with this charter school as a parent of a 6th grader and an 8th grader, and also as a member of the advisory council. So I have been privy to see the budget in action and to be a part of how the money is running and seeing where it's coming from and where it is going. And I have to tell you, as a parent, I am extremely pleased. Actually, my daughter wanted to come today. We brought things for you guys to see what they're doing in the innovation lab that is at risk of losing the materials to survive if we continue with the politics that are happening regarding this school. I've been a member of this community for almost 20 years myself. All of my kids have come through this. They've been in the pathways. They've been at all different levels of the school. We have always consistently in this community put children first. So on some of us, I do disagree with that. This is not new to put kids first in this community, but it also has been in creating different learning opportunities for students. I had a younger sister who was homeschooled. She had to go through the Department of Education through the county. This is the first district that I know that had their own homeschool program through the district, that the community members were able to service their students in that way. That's a fantastic, far-reaching beyond, other districts. That's a far-reaching level of flexibility when it comes to teaching kids. Buena Vista Academy, Venture Academy. These are all things that we have provided throughout the community forever. So this is nothing new. Unfortunately, what we're asking is that we don't want to do this, what we just did for the last hour. We just want to be able to provide for the kids an opportunity to do what they love, learn how they learn. And I want to remind you guys, the bad mouthing that goes on, there is a full staff of teachers teaching our children who are committed and passionate to their learning. I have been in the classrooms, I have sat in meetings, they have families, they have children, they have lives, they have dedication to do what they are doing. So when the critics come up and they want to talk bad about this school and put them down, and I've read, they actually do have to be credentialed teachers. There are rules about that, and they are passionate about doing so. So if you are a teacher or an educator and you are putting them down, you are really doing yourselves a disservice as educators as well. This is a solid group of people who are passionate about our children. So I would advise that you be very careful when you speak about them, because unless you've come and spent time in their classroom, you are speaking out of turn. And it's unfortunate. And we also have kids who love this experience and are thriving. And I'm sorry that it's come to this point, but it's damaging to them to not do this. And as part of the community, you do represent all of us, and there is a large group of people who came back to the school because this is what they wanted. So you're not underrepresented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. President Blades, Superintendent Dr. Chernis, staff and community.
My name, as you know, is Maria Lupita Stubbs, and I am a parent of PYLUSD. Recently, I attended the Orange County School of Computer Science event, the Cornucopia 2024, where families toured the campus and visited the state-of-the-art labs. It was an experience type of event. Every parent said the same thing over and over. My child can't wait to go to school here every day. They love it. They wake up in the morning and they're excited about going to school. How many of you hear that on a consistent basis from, the community? So, seeing students fully engaged in learning made it clear as to why OCS is such a successful program. It is frustrating that a small group of people decide to go ahead and criticize this school and refer to it as a waste of taxpayer dollars. These people are entirely out of touch. The reality is that our children and our students are achieving excellent outcomes, and we should all be very happy about that, and we should be supporting that. So these critics of this school actually have no issues wasting taxpayer funds by legally challenging the district's supermajority clause, as they did this morning. Knowing very well that this is a standard practice for our past two superintendents. And why do they do that? Because they wish to simply carry out the APLE's agenda for control of our school board. And so, as a community, we need to really put kids first, as opposed to the APLE agenda. So please vote for this. I ask you, Trustee Schumblot, Todd Fraser, Landra, I know Anderson and Buck won't. They really don't have kids' best interest in mind. No, they don't. No, they don't. So thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Patricia Hanzo, Colleen Wood, and... Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, Porter. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Porter James Hughes. I'm here on behalf of the California School Employees Association, the other labor union here at Placentia-Yorba Linda that just took over your board, as you just said. We proudly represent over 280,000 classified school employees across the great state of California, including right here in Placentia-Yorba Linda Unified. I stand before you today to express CSEA's strong opposition to the proposed conversion of the Orange County School of Computer Science to an independent charter school. This move poses a serious threat to the students of this district and the classified employees who work tirelessly to serve them every single day. This conversion would strip students and classified staff of fundamental rights and protections they currently enjoy under district oversight. Independent charter schools often operate without the same accountability or guarantees of equitable treatment that public school districts are required to provide. For our dedicated classified employees who support this school, the conversion would mean the loss of critical workplace protections, including their current collective bargaining agreement and access to fair wages and benefits. On behalf of CSEA and the classified employees we represent, I urge this board to halt this reckless proposal and prioritize transparency, accountability, and fairness for the entire school community. The students and employees of this district deserve better. Thank you.
Patricia Hanzo, Colleen Wood, and Jenny Murray.
I am a parent in this community, I am a homeowner, and I'm a taxpayer. On item 15, I encourage you as board members to vote no. It is not in the interest of students, parents, or families. I also have a request to avoid conflict of interest regarding this school site, Bernardo Yorba Middle School, in the city of Yorba Linda. We need Trustee Leandra Blades, to recuse herself on votes related to Bernardo Yorba Middle School and the OC School of Computer Science and UCI, which are located on the same site. There's a conflict of interest since her son works there as a security guard. She has a vested interest. Voters have spoken, but the current board members are aiming to undermine the incoming duly elected board members.
This
that
needs
take
to
the
be about
oath-
OCSCS. It's
It
a
is.
public hearing.
It is.
Okay.
Stop interrupting. The newly elected board members take the oath of office on December 17th. I urge trustee Todd Frazier, which is an accountant from what I understand, and trustee Sean Youngblood, which is a firefighter, to vote no on motions that aim to rush spending or motions to cause the public to lose a school site. This site is publicly owned and paid by my tax dollars. The new board members, the current board members had their 4 years. And in January, there's going to be a new board with their 4 years. The NPR at this site was changed and covered up and filled up with equipment and chambers and mats and exercise equipment. I'm not sure if all 3.6 million of that money is housed there. So I suggest we take an inventory of which exercise equipment UCI is located on that site. The library books were moved out because the school site needed a meeting room. And all those library books were in the hallway. The management of this site is something I am not proud of. You should not be having library books in the hallway, because if there's an earthquake, that's going to pose a threat to students at Placentia-Yorba Middle School. The management of this school site has been poor. Last month in October, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, the principal there went on a social media tirade scolding parents and community members. I emailed the board and I emailed the superintendent asking if she had authority to represent the district. Does she have district approval to go on social media and attack us parents? That is something that I want you to take into account. Has this been dealt with in a careful way, in a professional manner? Because I don't think it has.
Thank you.
My name is Colleen Wood, and I'm the parent of 2 students in the district who are zoned for OCSCS. My husband and I chose to buy a home in Yorba Linda, like so many other families, because of the reputation of the school district. Last year, when the new school was announced, it was difficult to get much information about the change, other than the opportunities will, quote, be amazing before it was approved. That was in an email from Dr. Chernus. It feels as though the same rushed process is happening again, and instead of taking the time to enhance what could possibly be a superb educational experience for our students and address concerns such as those with the honors contracts, the advanced math placement, and discipline challenges, the school board is instead choosing to cram 2 ill-planned and ill-advised programs into one school, away from this elected board supervision that will have disastrous results for the future of our district and its students. I'm here for my kids and all kids in this district to fight for our school. Why the rush?
Thank you.
Shani Murray, PYL parent. You all sold us on the computer science charter by touting it as a district-run charter. You voted 5-0 to deny the outside CRLA charter in favor of starting our own. So it seems to me everyone here should be against changing the governance structure and against establishing a separate fund for financial management. Anyone who supports fiscal responsibility and transparency, who cares about local students and protecting their district resources, and who truly wants to be an advocate for PYL-USD should vote against this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott Sheba.
Thank you for taking the last minute edition of a comment. I just wanted to address one thing because none of the other commenters spoke on this, and the fact that this school also houses the dual language program, and I'm a parent of a student in that program currently at Glenview Elementary. And when we signed up, I'm actually a parent of 2 students in that program. and we really love that program, and it's a fantastic asset to our district. I must say that the teachers and the administration at that school are fantastic, but my point is this: when we signed up for this program, we were sold a bill of goods which outlined a pipeline from elementary through high school, and we're looking forward to continuing our students in that pipeline. My concern is that by squeezing so many diverse programs, which may sound like great programs, by squeezing so many programs into this school, we are jeopardizing what is a fantastic program and which already has a wonderful pipeline and amazing community support in favor of other programs which, may have their merits. But to me, it seems that this is really ill-advised because it's going to sacrifice the opportunities for our dual language kids. And I would say, with regard to this having an impact on school enrollment, which we seem to be very focused on, there are other schools which are, for instance, equally distant from my house, such as Ladera Vista and other districts which would offer a similar program that may have better opportunities were this school to convert to a charter. So parents may consider that a better option for their kids, and we could actually lose students from this district to other programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all. Mrs. Fisher, or Dr. Fisher. I am going to end our public hearing at 8. Oh, you have to present too? Okay, so we're still in the public hearing. Got it. All right.
Call me Jeremy.
Just gotta press play.
Okay.
When you're ready.
President Blades, trustees, incredible superintendent who I'm honored to serve, Dr. Alex Chernis, and executive committee. I respectfully come forward to you today, and I do have, if you recall, in October of last year, we put together a presentation and I narrated it. I have prepared the narration ahead of time so that there can be absolute clarity in what the revision is calling for.
On this Tuesday, November the 19th, 2024, I bring forward a revision to our charter petition for your consideration. With unanimous approval from this Board of Education, we opened our doors to students in August of 2024. We are very proud of our 360-degree experience at OCSC, culture first, learning second, leading to higher achievement. Given the current misunderstandings, I want to take a moment to clarify some key points and address the misinformation that has been circulating. We will do this in a myth-fact format. Myth: OCSCS drains funds from PYL-USD. Fact: OCSCS funding is ADA-based and does not impact PYL-USD beyond enrolled students. OCSCS is still a PYL-USD school. Myth: charters are unaccountable. Fact: OCSCS undergoes annual independent audits and complies with AB 1505 financial reporting. Myth: the addition of USI to the charter was forced. Fact: as USI is on the campus of OCSCS, as we make this move to an autonomous structure, it made sense for all operations to fall under OCSCS. Myth: USI will drain the OCSCS budget. Fact: USI has its own operating costs determined by ADA funding. There cannot be funds allocated beyond the ADA unless OCSCS seeks a grant or donations to provide additional funding to USI. Myth: moving to an autonomous budget and governing structure makes OCSCS a private charter. Fact: charter schools, including OCSCS, are public schools. Charters are tuition-free, open to all students, and are funded through public tax dollars like district schools. Charter schools must adhere to state educational standards and accountability measures. Myth: charters are able to employ staff without credentials or authorizations to teach. Fact: charter schools, including OCSCS, are required by law to employ credentialed teachers for core academic subjects. AB 1505 mandates that all charter school teachers hold appropriate California credentials, including intern credentials. OCSES not only complies with this requirement, but also invests in staff development to maintain high teaching and learning standards. Myth. In this move, OCSES is now considered an independent charter school and is no longer a PYL-USD school. Fact. OCSES operates under the local funding structure, with all funds distributed to PYL-USD, and then PYL-USD directly allocates those funds to OCSES, maintaining its status.
Buffer. Netflix.
Looks like
Oh
we're
my
crashing the
God.
internet, guys. On Canva.
I'll play with this, but
Okay.
you guys talk.
I can go forward with it. I'm quite knowledgeable of everything there in this.
Let's just let it go. Let it.
Okay.
Let it catch up. You may or may not recover.
As we are waiting for this to happen, I want to thank the many parents, the current OCSES parents who are here. You will notice that we did not have very many parents comment because prior to this, I had asked our parents to refrain from making public comment if they felt that they could do so, because I'm a big believer that actions speak louder than words. And I want to say thank you so much for your presence here tonight, for your partnership with our school. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I had asked them not to engage in public comment because we need to come together in a unified manner.
Dr. Fisher, while we're waiting, can we acknowledge our amazing OCS teachers? If you're an OCS teacher here, can you please stand?
So actually, on that note, I'm going to talk about, we actually typically, I do want to applaud them. We actually typically do fill the seats with our teachers. So in addition to that, I had an ask. People have their First Amendment right. They can come to whatever board meetings they want to come to, as evidenced by your presence here. But I had asked the teachers to refrain from coming and asked our two most veteran teachers to serve as a representation for them. Our two most veteran teachers were obviously a part of the former school, Placentia-Yorba Middle School, and help carry forward this important work. Our teachers need to stay focused on the classroom, and they have a very busy day tomorrow. And so the reason why our teachers are not here, but I do want to say hi. I've been getting lots of text messages from you guys. We love you very much, and we hope that you go to bed at a reasonable hour because you are going to be serving kids bright and early in the morning. Okay. I can work to do this. Yeah, that's fine.
It's frozen up there. So
Okay. Ooh, they can't see the screen?
No, the moment it's just frozen.
Okay.
What's that?
But it's not exiting full screen. So.
I think the words are important, so.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to recover.
Can I try to hook up my computer?
You're welcome to.
Should we just take a bathroom break and let this? Well, we could close it and then reopen it.
I think they're trying to. We're giving a couple more minutes before you do that.
I'm probably going to have to restart it entirely. Try yours?
Yeah, let's try it. Why
Give it a
not?
shot.
Hold on before I plug it in. I want to take out my enrollment form, email just in case. This, yeah. Go for it.
No, he thinks he needs just like a couple minutes.
Problem is they rarely display right up there.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, why not?
Three dots, full screen. Will it play?
screen. And see if it'll play.
To employ credentialed teachers for core academic subjects. AB 1505 mandates that all charter school teachers hold appropriate California credentials, including intern credentials. OCSES not only complies with this requirement, but also invests in staff development to maintain high teaching and learning standards. Myth. In this move, OCSES is now considered an independent charter school and is no longer a PYL-USD school. Fact. OCSES operates under the local funding structure, with all funds distributed to PYL-USD, and then PYL-USD directly allocates those funds to OCSES, maintaining its status as a PYL-USD school. Similarly, El Rancho Charter in the neighboring Orange Unified School District follows this model. While OCSES is not independent of PYL-USD, it has the autonomy to align its implementation with the charter's goals. This structure also provides access to additional grants and funding opportunities that would not otherwise be available. Myth. A Board of Education or a charter authorizer can shut the charter down whenever they want. Fact. Charter schools, including OCSES, are subject to specific conditions under AB 1505 that may lead to their closure. These include involvement in illegal activities by the charter school and poor performance at the end of the charter petition term, specifically if the school ranks in the bottom 2 performance levels across all state indicators.
The Charter School Act of 1992 was created with these goals in mind: improving student learning, providing more learning opportunities for all students, encouraging innovative teaching methods, and creating new professional development opportunities for our teachers. At the end of this, it also ensures that we give parents and students more choices in their educational opportunities. It is evident that even in the earliest stages of implementation, that the Orange County School of Computer Sciences is showing large amounts of success in aligning and enacting the goals set forth by the Charter School Act of 1992. As we bring forward this revision to our charter petition, we do so with intention. We recognize that with these changes come a number of questions. Among them, why? In our initial charter petition, we identified various challenges that face modern American education, including learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the inability for American public schools to keep up with innovative efforts, especially in the arena of technological and computer sciences. One of the biggest challenges to overcoming systemic issues in American public schools is that relating to mental models. Mental models are what we view or believe to be true about the world. So I want to reference for you as we go through this presentation organizational expert Peter Senge when he said, mental models are deeply held internal images that limit us to familiar ways of thinking and acting. Very often, we are not consciously aware of our mental models or the effects they have on our behavior. So going to ask you the essential question before we dive into the details of this revision. How might our mental models of education shape how we view education reform and innovation? Typical mental models of school include the outdated late 1800s, early 1900s factory model. If you look at American public schools, you do have to question, to what extent are we still reinforcing those structures? Teachers as the keepers and holders of knowledge, ultimately having that power structure to disseminate knowledge. The one-size-fits-all approach to education, and those traditional achievement markers of the A through F grade being the end-all, be-all. As we bring forward this charter petition revision, we know why reframing matters in educational reform. We are going from taking systemic issues in American public schooling, many of which we already mentioned previously, to transforming the landscape of education through innovative responses to long-standing challenges. Now, It is important that as we reframe this and as we work on a reorganization of our charter through this petition revision, we are careful not to place blame. Our work is not about blaming individuals or labeling failures. Instead, it's about addressing system-level weaknesses to create a better option and better options for all learners. As such, as we bring forward this charter petition revision, we are taking a multi-lens approach as you work to understand our specific revisions. If you've had the opportunity to look at reframing organizations from Deal and Bowman, the reframing of organizations is often seen in 4 lenses: structural, human resources, political, and symbolic. We will use that frame of reference as we talk about reframing our organization, our charter school. In the structural arena, we are proposing the addition of independent study pathways. In the human resources arena, while we make changes or propose changes to our budgeting and government structure, we want to make sure that we know that our teachers and our staff remain supported through their salary, benefits, retirement, and professional development as outlined in the Charter School Act of 1992. Ultimately, the political frame is where we are going to be seeing the most requests for change, because we are requesting to go to a more autonomous government structure and budgeting structure. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the symbolic frame is what drives us. We want to continue to emphasize innovation and equity through action as core values.
As we transition into the details of the charter petition revision, it is important that we set a societal and cultural norm for our district, avoiding the common pitfalls. We are focused on collaboration, not condemnation. While we bring forward the need to reform education and reframe our organization in order to do so, we want to ground ourselves in the reminder that blame distracts from addressing systemic weaknesses and limits our options for meaningful change. While operating as a PYL-USD school, we want to acknowledge that OCSCS is a part of a bigger vision to support systemic change while preserving our local values. As we look at OCSCS's systemic contributions to reframing our organization while reforming education, we have some powerful systems in place. We are proud of our multidisciplinary innovation lab that empowers our learners to go to leaders. We have student-centered pathways, and ultimately, as we engage in the discussion of equity, equity requires action. As such, we are proud of our full inclusion program. No matter how severe a disability a student faces, they are entitled to and are given the right of full inclusion and learning at OCSCS. New professional development opportunities for our teachers and our staff, including the opportunity for them to be responsible for our learning program. I cannot emphasize enough the incredible contribution of our wonderful and fully credentialed staff. Our mastery-based learning model emphasizes growth over time. Now that context has been set, it is time to dive into our proposed changes. In this charter petition revision, our central changes have to do with our budget structure, governance structure, and independent study pathways. The driving force behind requesting the change to move the governance structure to the oversight of a local charter board is to ensure that the mission of the Orange County School of Computer Sciences becomes the sole focus and operation of the governing board that oversees it. As we look at this revision, the governance of Orange County School of Computer Sciences will be a working model for the mission of OCSCS, and ultimately their role is to ensure that while that mission is in process of implementation and completion, that legal compliance is maintained. Let's take a look at the structure of the charter board. Due to the multidisciplinary and skills-based approach at OCSCS, we are seeking a charter board that reflects our values and program implementation. We are seeking one business community member, 2 parents who are either current or former parents of OCSCS, and 2 members who have professional industry experience in the areas of computer science, engineering, and technological sciences. As outlined by our charter petition revision, we have a strategic board selection ran by a governance committee. The role of the governance committee is to develop the roadmap for recruiting and selecting candidates, interviewing and evaluating prospective members based on qualifications and alignment with the school's mission, and ensuring that candidates understand the roles and responsibilities, including the fiduciary duties and strategic oversight. Our governance committee is comprised of the current executive committee of the 24-25 OCSCS Advisory Council. The chair serves as a current and former parent. Additionally, the chair has served as a former PTA president of the former school, Bernardo-Yorba Middle School. Our vice chair is a local business community representative, a former parent of the former school BYMS, and a former BYEU parent, bringing the unique perspective of our stellar performing arts program. Our secretary is a current parent of OCSCS and also represents as a parent for our Spanish Dual Language Academy program. We ultimately selected this group for the governance committee because they were elected by our current oversight group, the Orange County School of Computer Science Advisory Council. Our aim in this board composition is to build a high-performing team with the core principles of diversity in skills, perspective, and experiences to enhance decision-making, commitment to equity, transparency, and student success. The following are the recommended skill sets we are seeking: financial expertise for oversight and budgeting, expertise to ensure compliance and risk management, educational experience to align with our academic goals to take our learners to leaders, and fundraising and community engagement experience and expertise. Our charter board will be responsible for ensuring trust and accountability, adhering to the Brown Act for open meetings. They will be responsible for establishing and maintaining an organizational structure that supports the charter's vision and empowers the professional staff. They will hold regular performance evaluations of the executive director and establish budget priorities and adopt the budget. A notable revision we are requesting to make to our petition is the fiscal responsibility through OCSCS's budget structure. To understand this change, it is important to examine how the traditional school funding works. If you reference this visual, the state of California receives its funds, allocates it to local county offices of education, and then those local county offices of education distribute them to the local educational agencies, in our case, PYL-USD. Something that becomes problematic with this is this limits the flexibility for innovation and addressing specific community needs. Our revision to our petition calls for a locally managed charter model. The same remains true that the state allocates funds to the county to the LEA, but in this model, PYL-USD will provide the average daily attendance directly to OCSCS to enable local control to target investments in innovative programs, student-centered learning, and equity initiatives at OCSCS. This also allows for independent financial audits specifically for OCSCS, separate from PYL-USD, to ensure transparency and accountability. In making this budget structure move, this ensures financial stability and equity, as it allows us to target spending. Funds are directly allocated to programs that align with the charter's mission. Our community is so desperately seeking transparency, and this meets that call to action, as annual audits and compliance reviews with the state and reporting requirements are a part of this process. The sustainability of the charter school will follow the 5-year budget plan to ensure long-term fiscal health, and efficiency also drives this force. Independence governance reduces overhead costs and promotes direct investment in student success. A third notable revision includes innovative pathways for unique learners. We are proposing to add an independent study program for grades 3 through 12, allowing students flexibility to pursue in competitive sports, performing arts, or needed flexible schedules. We also want to increase our dual enrollment options, maintaining dual enrollment with other PYL USD schools, and expanding to dual enrollment with local community colleges. Of course, while this is not a change, we want to reaffirm our pride in our specialized program, the Spanish Dual Language Academy. While we submit this petition revision for your review, we want to stay grounded that we are partnering for student success, as OCSCS remains a PYL USD school.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we are not voting on this tonight. This is a public hearing. So this was to inform, you guys and people at home, and then also the board, and give us the leeway to ask any questions that we have.
Dr. Fisher, is this happen to be on a YouTube or a channel in which that presentation?
I can upload it. I have no problems uploading it.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'll send it to Dr. Chernus, and then Dr. Chernus can send it on.
That would be great, because we couldn't see it over here at all.
Once the screens went out, we couldn't see.
And additionally, the internet caused some challenges to seeing some of the pride points of our students in action, so I think you will quite appreciate seeing our students.
Can we also get a PDF of the actual presentation itself of the slides?
Yeah,
that would be
absolutely.
great too.
Really, that's a massive summary of what the charter petition
Oh, yeah, no, I
revision is.
get it. I get it. I mean, we could read the charter, but the pictures are pretty. I guess I'll just jump right in, I guess. So you answered a lot of the questions that I had coming into this, because I think contrary to what's been shared in the public, there's been a lot of talk about it being independent from PYL. Everything's breaking off. Somebody said something about donating a school.
Selling a school.
Basically, that what we heard here and the way that I read the petition, that's not what this is. Specifically about the teachers, there was comments made about protections taken away. Now, all these teachers are, as you mentioned in your presentation, certified teachers. They have to, OCSCS is required to follow all the California rules for education. That's not any different. However, are they allowed to be a part of the collective bargaining and union that happens here because it's a PYL USD school?
Yeah. Are you okay if I switch to, I did, for my staff, actually, I put together a little presentation of what a memorandum of understanding bullet point would look like if we enter into it between PYL USD and OCSCS. Do we have time for me to do that?
Of course.
Okay. I think this was really helpful for our staff to see, and I think it will be helpful for you to see as well. If you can see it, yes, this is true. I'm just getting it up, yes.
I think our screen is back up. That's what's on that screen right there.
Oh, is it going to be back up, Chairman?
Should be.
Okay, hold on. Hold. Tell me when she's ready.
Getting a little excited, Todd.
Me and Luke are ready to go.
Like you're excitable tonight.
Oops, I forgot to do this casting. Sorry about that. Do I have to cast?
You're already up there, but just change it.
Go for it. Okay, so this is the part where you start getting into some of the technical. Okay. Oh, is it too small?
Well, no, we
I'm
can't
too
see it on
small.
the screen.
Got it. I may not have this be it big. I need glasses, so I'm sorry for those of you who also need glasses, but if the internet is not going to work so well with us, we might need to get some amps here. Okay. Did it go away? Oh, it's all good. Thank you, though.
So you're the input, but for some reason it's chosen not to display anymore.
Got you.
And it's on duplicate.
Does it
so-
matter if the internet went out?
No, it's just not displaying.
Okay, I can read for you, and then again, I can send this to you, but please note that this is not the formal MOU, because these are bullet points that we would be bringing forward as a memorandum of understanding between OCSES and PYLUSD. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the long-winded answer, because I think it's important for you to understand the nuances of what the locally funded pass-through budget structure means. So PYLUSD would agree to include OCSES employees in its health insurance and benefit agreement with OCSES, reimbursing PYLUSD for these expenses. When it comes to the bargaining units would actually have to be the ones who agree to represent the teachers. So health insurance, I want to make sure there's clarity on this, because I did have to spend a little bit of time with my staff processing this, because this is very new to PYLUSD, although this is a long-standing structure that occurs in public charter schools. Again, I want to emphasize it's still a public charter school and still a PYLUSD school. So when you make a move to the autonomous structure, we enter into an agreement with the district to ensure that there's no disruption in the health insurance and the benefits, as well as STRS and PERS retirement. Our staff, by nature of the charter and how it works, has a 51% majority to make decisions on behalf of the charter. So per the Charter School Act of 1992, one of the key tenets of that is to put
President
control.
Blades, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Alex Trenis.
Yeah, it's okay. I got this. I can send them the word for word bullet points later, or summary, I should say. So it is common in charter schools. So I'll give you 2 examples. I believe El Rancho charters, there needs to be an MOU between the local bargaining agreements and the charter school, that those bargaining units would maintain the representation of the employees. Apple and CSEA are not required to represent our teachers. I want to make it super clear though. Our teachers can unionize themselves, can open up a local chapter with the CTA. This is very common practice in charter schools, and there are multiple organizations that can unionize and protect the teachers. I think people also who do not understand administrative law when it comes to schooling, I as a principal am required to ensure, regardless of if there's a bargaining unit or not, that I follow through with the employee rights that they have.
So I guess to summarize, if a teacher would like to have the collective bargaining protections of Apple or CSEA, and we have an MOU that we, as long as they say they're good with
That
it.
is, so PYLUSD will need to enter into MOUs with the charter school. And separate from that, PYLUSD cannot go to CSEA or Apple and say, you are now representing them. So really, at this point, it becomes the bargaining unit that has to make the decision, and that I do not engage directly with them by nature of me being a principal, so that actually would occur at a level that is higher than mine.
So if we agree that the MOU makes sense and the teachers are interested, then it's up to those bargaining units to accept or deny those protections to the teachers.
Yes, but our teachers, regardless of if the current CSEA and Apple bargaining units want to provide representation, our employees still do maintain health insurance, matched salary schedule, retirement, etc. As it is outlined in our charter, teachers have to make the same, and even if Apple and CSEA decide not to represent our teachers, we are still bound by the negotiation that happens between Apple and CSEA. So for example, if Apple and CSEA successfully negotiate a 4% raise, the charter will be responsible for matching that 4% raise.
That's great information. Thank you. You covered a lot of that. Covered pay scale would be at least what we have here, but do you have the ability to pay more if your budget allows for it?
The charter board is ultimately the one that makes that determination, but yes.
Okay. And then, as far as students, and I think it was mentioned about dual enrollment, what about interdistrict transfers? It's still a PYL-USD school. Is it handled the same way through the district if kids wants to come in or out to OCSCS?
Yeah, so I think this is something that just in general can be confusing. Charter schools basically have no boundaries within the state of California. So I'm going to give you an example. We have students who are enrolled in cities and schools that are outside of PYL-USD's boundaries. So they do not need a release from their district to come. And we actually, Jeremy and I were just meeting over the phone today about how we're going to handle this season of open enrollment for OCSCS. So there's the choice transfer process that is done through PYL-USD, and then there is an enrollment form that any families who do not meet our home school. So for clarity's sake, because we still remain a neighborhood school per ed code, when students matriculate from 6th grade at Fairmont, Glen Knoll, Glenview, and Woodsboro, they are automatically enrolled, and should any student not want to attend the charter, per ed code, they have the right to not. So then PYL-USD would be responsible for coming up with what a choice transfer process looks like, because I cannot determine, I can't say, oh, that sounds great, you get to go to Travis Ranch. That's not my purview.
So what you're saying is there's options and nothing really changes other than there's a lot more opportunity for kids to come.
What changes is in the adult world, and so I want to encourage us that the driving force behind this, and in the public comment here, I think it was said so aptly, we have a strong desire to have a targeted focus on ensuring the implementation of our school goes so well. And as I look at the parents in this room, the parents, you're my stakeholders. I answer to you, but I was ultimately having a conversation with a parent today. I answer to your children. And so as we work together, I'm proud of the parents who ask the tough questions. I'm proud of the parents who say, Dr. Fisher, have you thought about this? We are coming to you because we so desperately want to be able to have a hyper focus on this charter, and we're not out of line in asking this, because this is a typical model for charter schools.
Great. Another thing, touching on the financials. I'm sorry to just be taken over, but I'm assuming I'm hitting all the questions. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate you, buddy.
Learned a lot.
So the financial aspect, there was a comment made, and I think I've overheard that you were not eligible for certain grants and funding because of the current charter structure, and this would then allow you to go after additional grants and funding that you would now be eligible for. Can you talk a little bit about what that means?
Yes, much to my heartbreak, last December, after approval, I did submit a charter school startup grant, and literally called every single person who I could possibly speak to say, I need to appeal this, I need to appeal this. We are a brand new charter school. And that, I mean, in your first year, you can estimate maybe $600,000. If you're really, really in a good spot, you might be able to pull $1 million from that. What they told me is we are not operating in an autonomous governance structure, so we are not eligible. If you think about it this way, and I don't mean to disparage, but it's kind of like this. If we have a need, we can call mommy and daddy, and I could come to you and say, hey, you know what? And this may have happened last year. Could I get $56,000 for professional development for my teachers? Because our discretionary funds at a site level, I'm looking around the room, there's lots of PTA parents in the room. You have to overcompensate because of the limited funds at the discretionary level. As such, we then have to come to you and say, I cannot possibly manage the professional development for $56,000 because my discretionary funds are $53,000. So the part where I know my local community, the parents that I serve, are saying, are you sure you really want to do this? Because the second that we go to an autonomous structure, I can't come to mom and dad and ask for an allowance. I'm a big girl now. got to take care of it myself.
Yep. Okay, that answers that question. And then Dual Language Academy. You mentioned it in the presentation. That's still a very strong piece of what's going on over there, correct?
Absolutely. I would say very much so. The heart, very much, if you come on campus, you will see the most energy. And our parents know what that means. They're lovely. In fact, today it was a pretty humbling moment, and if their family is watching, then their kid is going to know. It was actually pretty cool because we have USI as a mini elective, and I get along quite well with our kids. And so I went in my heels and said, "Excuse me, young man, can I show you how to correct your proper form when you do that weightlifting technique?" So I give that as an example because our DLA students are very much involved in the life of our campus, and there's no way I'd want to see that go anywhere else.
Awesome. And then I just have two more questions, then I'll stop. But related to the USI change, and this is one of the things that I want to make sure that we focus on, is that one of the big advantages that I see in USI is for our 9th to 12th grade students to be able to dual enroll at a traditional high school and participate in athletics there. And I know that there's rules with the NCAA and A through G approval. Currently, we get it through Parkview. BVVA is not approved A through G or NCAA, so that is why Parkview is the place that happens. If we move to OCSCS, can we guarantee that all the students that are high school students, dual enrolled, can still participate in athletics and be able to go to college if they so choose after high school?
So something we'll need to do is enter into a part of the MOU with PYL-USD. So if this is approved, then we would turn around and start the accreditation process. So we would need to establish an MOU with PYL-USD for X years, start at OCSCS, because what we don't want to do is pull them from Parkview, which is the accredited program. We are responsible. We do answer to the kids. So we would have to look at that. I did explore with WASC. It takes about 18 months to get a WASC accreditation. So as we discuss the terms of a memorandum of understanding, we would account for and then give longer runway in case there were challenges.
Okay, good, because I think that's like one of the biggest assets of that program for the high school students.
100%, and we don't want to see that go away.
Cool. And then my last question regarding USI is, currently we have students from all over the district. They're able to participate in USI training before school and after school. Would that change with this coming under OCSCS instead of Parkview?
We would do the same thing, like in the memorandum of understanding, because we're still a PYL-USD school. Of course, we want to have the benefits of participating in middle school sports. So, of course, we would want kids to continue to have the benefits. I'm very proud to be a parent of this community, and as my kids play on their fields and their courts, and as I hear various parents saying that their kids are dropped off at 6 o'clock in the morning at USI, it's a really cool thing. So we have no intention of taking away the benefits to the entire district, as PYL-USD and USI remain as OCSCS and USI remain within PYL-USD.
Awesome. And that's still going to be there's not a fee for that for the students to participate. Great. That's all my questions.
I spent the day with a charter school executive director because I'm very proud to be able to accredit through the California Schools to Watch Association, accredit middle schools as schools to watch. And we are in great collaboration, and he's actually watching right now. I appreciate your support. And it is I know that they charge, but it is becoming a thing to offer these programs. So it's not out of line to put it with a charter school.
So my question is people are confused as I was too when I first started reading this. So OCSCS, USI will not have OCSCS curriculum. It will have the Parkview independent study curriculum.
Now we do have students who are concurrently enrolled in our in-person program. If they opt for that, the beautiful part about charters, and we are, as somebody acknowledged with our 3 months in, we are in our infancy stages. So if you look at our neighboring district school, charter school, El Rancho Charter and Santiago Charter, both of which are phenomenal charter schools, and I give a lot of respect to them, they have a broad program. If you recall, a year ago when I came forward, people were really questioning, why do we have so few opportunities in our program? And my common response to parents has been, we're not to the size and girth of El Rancho and Santiago, so we need to grow with intention.
So, I lost the question. It was a good question, though. You can come back to me. I'll think of it.
Hi, Dr. Fisher. I just want to reiterate that I voted for this charter initially, and I think that computer science is incredibly important, especially with where we're going forward. I recently got a chance to come and visit the site, which was great. I did get to walk through all of the classrooms and see all of the education going on and listen to the kids and see what was happening, and I appreciate that. So I do have a few questions. So just so you know, I am a fan. I just have questions, and I want to put a couple scenarios out there because I'm trying to figure out how USI and independent study is being added in and kind of make a comparison. So stick with me.
Absolutely.
So the first question is, were there any, have there been any changes made or anything that our staff as a PYL staff has contributed to the new revision?
Like, are you asking like this team over here?
Yeah.
No. I would say that, I mean, I do my due diligence in terms of saying, like, I mean, I do have I brought my actual textbook because I studied this, but in terms of asking questions like, hi Gary, are we meeting the legal responsibilities per AB 1505? But in terms of if anybody was on the document writing, no.
Okay, thank you. So on our, later in our board meeting, there's a list of OCSCS teachers that will be, that had something that we're paying a little extra for. Can you tell me how many teachers that you have? That list had 44. How many total teachers do you have?
That sounds about right. 44 sounds about right.
Do you have an exact number?
I would have to pull up my master schedule.
And in CSEA, like any classified staff, how many do you have?
Okay, so I think my social committee's here. Don't we estimate we're at about 80 total staff? We're at about 80 total staff between certificated and classified.
Okay. I saw on social media that you have 9 security guards. Is that accurate?
So if you read the social media post, it doesn't say 9 security guards. It says 9 members
Campus
of our
supervisors?
It says
Or campus-
9 members of our supervision team.
Okay. What does that mean? Can you tell
So
me?
what that means is anybody who plays a role in doing any kind of supervision. So we can pay teachers, actually, I think we have 44 plus 9. That's how many supervisors we technically have on campus. But to be direct to the point and not trying to use my high school sarcasm, we have a security manager, we have a campus supervisor. Those both are full-time positions, and the rest are considered noon duty supervisors or noon duty supervisor substitutes. We also pay some of our teachers or our learning facilitators extra duty hours when possible, depending on the need of the school. Now, as I had mentioned, I do answer to the stakeholders of the parents and students that I serve. So as we listened and did listening sessions on the needs, our parent community expressed that their number one priority is to increase student safety. So I'm really proud of our reduction in disciplinary incidents on a major scale. And if you speak, charter schools are not traditional, so I still identify as a teacher. And I have the opportunity to teach a mini elective, which is a student ambassador, essentially a peer leadership class. And if you ask my peer leaders, did it not happen in class? They said they love our supervisors because they connect well with them and make them feel safe.
Thank you.
I have a student ambassador in the house, yeah.
So I was moving on just a little bit to the budget. I have a few budget items. there are some material revisions that aren't included in there. There's not a payroll fee or an audit fee.
It should be on the bottom, per ed code. There is a 3%, and maybe that's because that is the existing budget. But per California ed code, PYLUSD can charge a maximum. Let me reiterate a maximum. If you want to charge less than that, it's totally fine. But a maximum of 3% of the total, basically, income of the school. So if you round number it, if ADA is $10 million, then it's up to a 3% charge for oversight. So things like payroll, working with Dr. Gates to ensure that job postings go on AdJoin. They're a whole wonderful machine. I don't know if anybody from HR is watching, but we cannot function without HR. So part of those fees go to that. Jeremy Powell, obviously, being able to support us since we are a PYLUSD school. Obviously, we wouldn't want to have a weird, it's already hard enough to say OCSES, guys. Okay, we'll acknowledge that. So we don't want to have bfisher@ocscs.org, still bfisher@pylusd.org. So those very bare bones operations are charged to the charter a 3% fee.
Thank
Up
you.
to.
You also mentioned that there's a CBO, and I didn't see any dollar amount change or anything from the original budget to this one to include staffing changes.
So what would have to happen is there would need to be an approval of this to happen. I mean, I'm happy to work with the great Gary Stein on putting together a revise what that might look like. You'll notice, though, because charter schools go in 3 different routes, which is why there's 3 different titles. There's a CBO, there's a business manager, and then there's a business operations manager. So different charter schools have done it in different ways, depending on the funding that is available to them. I think, though, just for full disclosure, we would do that based off of our current ADA, as you know, and this is also just being responsible, and I want, because I am responsible to you, the parents, as we look at that with ADA being a moving target, we do need to budget very, very responsibly.
Can you talk about transportation? There's no transportation in here, and we would not be paying for that.
Yes. So my understanding is when Christina Michelle ran some dollars for me that we could potentially afford it. And so at the end of the day, waiting for final approval. And the other part too is I think people need to remember that this would shift over to a charter board. So I can't undermine the work of whoever the new charter board would be. So I can give recommendations, I can put together some things, but if it were to go on that structure, then like currently we don't have a CBO because we have a phenomenal one right here who deserves much respect. So there's a lot of variables at play in terms of what decisions you guys need to make, but I'm happy to put together various scenarios and give it to Dr. Chernus to give to you.
Okay, so a couple scenarios I have for you. I don't understand how OCSCS can just write into their charter another school program and to take it over. So to me, I'm trying to figure out what the comparison is, and to me it feels like, for example, North Orange County ROP as an manufacturing and engineering at Esperanza. If they came in and submitted a charter petition and said, we would like to now take over the remainder of the school, here it is. Can you tell me about what that looks like? How is that different than what's happening here?
Well, at the end of the day, because USI, like put in the presentation, because USI is housed on our campus, it makes sense. It streamlines, it simplifies the process. But also at the end of the day, you as the Board of Education who oversee this charter petition revision request, you can come to an agreement and say, you know what, we don't think this is what is best for USI. There are no hard feelings. At the end of the day, we found it to be a logical move for simplicity, and also I do believe in the program, and I've had the opportunity to see firsthand the benefits to children, so it's not something that would be hurtful or a loss to us.
Have you had any conversation with Parkview or Parkview teachers, because it's basically absorbing the work that they do?
No, I pretty much stay in my lane when it comes to speaking with my own teachers. So no, I haven't talked to the Parkview teachers.
When did you talk to your particular staff at OCSCS about this? Did they have any input? Did they give advice? When were they brought into the mix?
So I submitted the charter on Thursday. I believe it was Thursday, right? All the days
Thursday.
run together. I have like
no,
100-hour work weeks. So
Thursday.
It was Thursday.
I'm pretty sure it's
Yes.
Thursday.
So prior to, by nature of how things go and word travels very quickly, I did not want our staff to hear that we were putting forward a charter revision through anybody but me. So I dropped it off early in the morning to Annette and then headed over and spoke with our staff.
So they weren't aware of any revision that was going to be submitted, not asked if they wanted to be part of it or
Nope.
anything related to USI. And nobody at USI was asked about it.
Nope.
Were you given any direction by the district to write this charter?
No.
You just decided that you were going to write a charter and include USI?
So as we look at, and this is the part, and I've had this
And Parkview.
conversation with my parents. Sorry, did I cut you off?
No, it's
I'm
fine.
really working on that. As I've had this discussion with my parents, sometimes leaders need to make difficult decisions. And so as I'm looking at, and as I'm in collaboration with a large network of other charter schools, they made the recommendation to bring it forward so that we can ensure the health and longevity of our charter school.
I think I only have a couple left.
While you're looking at that, just can I
Yeah.
jump onto that question? Currently, OCSCS students have an option to have an elective of USI, correct?
It's more of a mini elective.
Mini elective,
Yes.
okay. But this would allow that to be more an actual elective.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So, and I think one of the things, just speaking to the value of bringing it into the charter school, people said there's not a lot of programs in it. However, if this charter is in competition with Rancho and Santiago, like this would be something that would help entice students to come to our district and to stay in our district that would be leaving for those others. So I think there is some reasonable thought to say that would be a benefit to the charter specifically, as opposed to the Parkview connection, which I love Parkview. I think Parkview is a gem, and we need to continue to support that.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think that it just makes sense, especially because it's right there too.
Mhm.
So that's all I have to say.
Okay, so I had a question related to USI, because this is our district program. We were just here in October, and we went over the state of the district. And in that presentation, talked about the USI has components at other schools, Esperanza, Yorba Linda, all of those, and each one of them. And this site had just one particular piece of it. So what does that look like as a district where we've promised that it's going to be out everywhere as USI, and students can be within that, and now we've taken it and removed it and just put it there. So
I think it would have to
what
be,
does that look like?
It'd have to be part of an MOU, as Dr. Fisher's talking about, for the same reason as students can attend USI and still compete at our schools right now. It's because there's an agreement, I believe, between Parkview and the schools to be able to allow for that.
So how would finance work with that? So the ADA, where would the ADA go? And then are we sharing cost of?
So it's no different than currently. The ADA follows the core program. So for example, at Parkview, they have basically four core classes at the high school level. So the ADA is collected through Parkview. They can take no more than 2 classes from a comprehensive high school. So it'd be the same. It would be the same thing. The core would be OCS. They could take no more than 2 classes at the high school.
So this is in competition with the exact program we have at Parkview. Except for now we would change it and remove the sports piece. We're taking all the sports out and basically
Well,
getting.
no, because students don't have to participate in USI to participate in
Right,
sports. So
but-
if they didn't want to do that program, because it's a high-level program, and kids just wanted to continue to go to Parkview and do their independent study, and then go to the schools, they can still do that. So you could frame it as competition. I think it's just options.
Yeah,
And
I
they
don't
can
know
still
if
go to
it-
Parkview.
I don't know. The last number I heard, 85% of the USI kids weren't at Parkview last year. So I don't necessarily think it's pulling all the Parkview kids, right?
Wait, 85% were not at Parkview?
Right. They're like new to USI, whether it's new to the district or.
How many students are at USI, or participate in USI?
I'm pretty sure by now it's over 100, well over 100.
And 100 enrolled in USI and Parkview.
Yes.
Same,
Over
yeah.
100.
So we're basically going to be giving away 100 of our students.
Just a reminder, though, if I may. Again, reframing. It's not a giving away the students because it remains a PYL USD school.
We're giving away control of what we receive and managing that program to another charter. I'm not sure why.
To a PWEL USD charter.
Right, but we're giving away our supervision and our oversight.
Our oversight. I'm
And-
really,
oh,
just a
sorry.
second, before we move on, I'm just really confused. You say that there's 100 students at USI and 100 students at Parkview?
They're the same.
They're
So
the
it's not
same amount of
200.
students.
It's 100 total.
There's only 100 students at Parkview?
No, USI.
In USI.
Right. So how many are at Parkview then,
In addition.
in addition?
I think 150, but I have to look.
Because I think at the census date, it was like 240, is that right?
That sounds right.
Yeah, so that would be about 150 at Parkview that aren't USI and about 100 that are USI.
Okay, because it just was sounding weird. Thanks for the clarification.
Can you tell me a little bit about superintendent roles over OCSCS and USI?
Mhm. The charter board, and again, I do want to emphasize that for those people who think that I'm oh so creative, I'm not operating as Beth Fisher, who wants to create these charter rules. These come from Assembly Bill 1505, Charter School Act of 1992, and existing charter schools. So the best model to look at is the El Rancho Charter. Now, please note that the El Rancho Charter, I think at this point, has a 13 board member. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Santiago has an 11 board member. Other charter schools have a 5 board member. We went with 5 because we currently have a 5 board member. And you are able to, so in some charters, there are no parents who serve on a charter board. In some charters, it's all business or depending on the focus of the school. So in terms of the governance structure of who oversees this, and it was very clearly worded inside of our charter revision, the charter school reports to the charter board and all employees therein.
So I'm just curious, Dr. Turnus, why you would be in support of this, because these are your passion projects and now you're giving away control over them.
Well, why are you putting words in my mouth? When did I say I'm in support of it?
Pardon me?
When did I say that?
When did you say what?
I'm in support of it.
Oh, okay. Are you in support of giving, of this charter and this revision?
I definitely see benefits to it. I think there's pluses and minuses to it. But, yeah, I will think about that. The board does not have to vote on it tonight, but I don't appreciate that assertion.
I'm just curious if you were in support of it or
It's
not.
very clear in the petition that the superintendent no longer has oversight over this school. And
But
so
if
the
I may-
board will have to decide whether the superintendent have authority or not. In this case, it doesn't. That's how it's written, at least, so that's up to the board. I see benefits to it. I think that having USI already on that site and having hundreds of kids already concurrently enroll from the school right now. There's PE classes, there's a lot of opportunities for dual enrollment. I think I definitely see benefits to it, but this is for the board to ask those questions. Is there a downside to it? Sure. I would say the district is no longer has oversight over the USI program and OCS to the degree, but the benefits for me, I just want what's best for the students. And so if this is best for students, I'm all for it. If I'm not overseeing the program, I don't really care if it's best for kids. So that's the way I see it.
I would also add, I think that we glossed over, I think briefly, and I asked you about it specifically, the ability for OCSCS to get additional funding that they couldn't otherwise get really allows them to accelerate what's happening in this innovative environment. And I think partnering USI with that just makes a lot of sense.
And we can't keep coming to you. We can't. It's not
efficient.
It's not.
I agree.
So, I think my brain is so much smaller than your guys', and I can't get all this information.
If you want to read this book, it's wonderful.
You seem so
I
knowledgeable.
had to read it 4 times. Okay.
The reason you're pushing for this is to get more funding. That's kind of the main purpose of it,
Well,
right?
okay. So I think
Give me like a
that's
short.
a secondary.
Okay.
Okay. The primary is, and again, I can't emphasize, like, you guys all have to go take care of your like, some of us were like, we want to say goodnight to our children. And I don't know if my kids are still watching, although I didn't want their dad to let them see this. They are watching it. And so I think as I look at the almost 30 strong parents who are a part of our community, they're community schools, if you guys know anything about community schools, community schools are like a dream that are not often actualized in education. And so what I often say is, this is as close to a community school as we can get, making sure that the oversight is done with our local community. There's layers to community, right? So the OCSES community is our local community. Then there's the larger PYL-USD community. So I want to make it super clear that it's not just the funding, but it's being able to partner with our parents, being able to make sure that they have a strong stakehold in that LCAP process, in guiding that local charter board. I mean, look at this. How many items do you guys usually look at any given board meeting? If we move to this structure, it solely becomes about the work of the charter school. And then secondary to that, yes, as I am in collaboration with other charter schools, the access to funding is much greater.
That was really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just that little short expert.
You're very brave.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering all my questions.
Yes. Also, I do want to let you know, my oldest daughter, would like to be a board rep after watching you.
I know, that's what I was going to say. I'm glad I'm inspiring others.
Yes.
So let me ask this. If we were to proceed tomorrow, say,
Which I am going to be at work tomorrow with my teachers, to be very clear.
We're not taking a vote, but let's just say that somehow this passed, and next Monday, this comes to fruition. Would the students on your campus have any idea that anything has changed?
Typically, students have ideas of adult-related anything from adults.
Because that's kind of what I'm hearing, is that they don't, a lot of students, I mean, nowadays people do know about school boards. I didn't know about a school board when I was in middle school or high school, but obviously we are in a different era. But so if I was just to go to school on Monday, if I had some parents that were on a board now, and it seems like USI, it's kind of already on your campus, and there's people that are taking the USI program, like, would the kids, because the kids from USI are still able to go play the sports in all the other schools, people are still transferring in, like your middle school sports program, do we put in the MOU that OCSCS is able to,
Yes.
still compete in the middle school sports program?
Yes.
So like looking at this from and I had to wrap my brain about this. The only thing that's different is the different governing board. They're going to oversee your curriculum and then basically the funding. But your teachers can actually get paid better, which is going to increase competition.
Which
for
we're
your
not going
school,
to make the
correct?
promise of that because of financial responsibility. Yep.
But when we were looking at the funding thing, that was a very interesting concept.
Yeah.
So really, there's really no big change besides giving up the control. And I don't really understand what's so funny about that, because we can give up control to parents who we trust we trust people in our community, and we can trust parents to also do. I mean, we're all parents up here.
Well,
There's
and
nothing,
there's legal requirements.
Exactly.
There are things set in place that you can't just go rogue and turn this into a ballet school.
I mean, if we want the charter school to shut down and fail, then absolutely.
Yeah,
we would
you could do that, but that's not
right.
what's going to happen.
But I also think too that we can't.
I'm sorry. I literally am working like 100-hour work weeks, but by the time we get here, I can't actually hear. So.
Okay. So
Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to be like, and some of my.
Can we please
Hold
just
on.
be quiet?
Some of my students
Can we
know
please?
this.
The level of the
Disrespect.
behavior in this room is appalling. Let our principals speak without calling out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I actually can't hear you, so and it is in line, and my students in the middle school know. Do I allow a side conversation? Not at all. And they
So
can
I-
adhere to it.
So I think with what we've been dealing with for the past year.
I'm sorry. This is like the teacher in me. This is what we do in school.
Do I need to clear the room? Or officers, can you find out who continues to talk and be disrespectful during this presentation and just clear it? This is ridiculous. So what we've been dealing with in the past year, or the past, I should say, few months, or as the charter has come to fruition, is what we've been hearing from when we did the Innovation Lab. You were getting a lot of, back talk from the community, or a lot of questions about, why did we have to make, do $1 million for the Innovation Lab? And so I feel like when I'm talking about the control, we're giving the control over to a highly qualified principal. It's still a PYLUSD school. And we have this, charter school board that's obviously like within the law. But now you can fundraise, you can get all of this. And so you don't have to have the necessary stress of people either not wanting to fund when you want to expand, but then you also don't have to have the stress also of people, criticizing you for asking for funding from us, if you want to grow your innovation lab. So this will give you the freedom to do so. So I think that's what I'm looking at, is like we can't have it both ways. We can't say, no, we don't want to give you $1 million for an innovation lab, or we don't want to help you grow your program because this is going to take from the PYLUSD general fund. But then we also can't not give you the freedom to now say, okay, you can go get grants. You can get a $600,000, $1 million grant and expand your school, and it's not going to affect our general fund. But for some reason, just because of the control factor, like we don't want to allow you to do this. And so that's when we hinder the kids. And so that's what I've been looking at, is it giving away a little bit of control, obviously knowing it's within the law, but it's also too because we've gotten a lot of crap up here for this $1 million innovation lab. And so it's either do we allow them
Say
to,
labs, it's 2.
I'm sorry, labs. I've seen, yes, there's a bigger one and a smaller one.
Yes.
But yes, so we can't have it both ways. It's either our community says we are going to embrace this district charter school and we're going to allow the labs to grow, and we're not going to, complain and stuff when we give money to the school to fund it. Or we say, okay, you know what? This isn't something that we want, but they can take it and they can go get grants and they can take it and run with it and make it a great program. And so I think that we have to look at both sides of this. Like it's giving up the control, but then man, they can really run with it, or we keep the control of it. And we have to understand that there's a lot of hopes and dreams from the community and what they have for this school. And we as a community need to embrace that. And if money gets pulled, one-time funding from the general fund, then that has to be okay. But we can't have it both ways.
And I think ultimately what I walked over to one of our parents, because some of you might look at this and say, this is not that big of a deal. But what goes into this, so I'm going to go back to your point about like the why. So really what goes into this is being able to give our learners a different experience than they've had before. So if you take a look at this, what goes into this design by an 11-year-old, by the way, an 11-year-old, the level of mathematical thinking, the level of design and engineering, the level of persistence this young person has had to go through. I'm not currently seeing this, and I'm going to be forthright. We haven't even started in the innovative realm of things yet. We're just getting up to speed with where the world is, and we're still very far behind. So I think at the end of the day, whatever power, and this feels awkward for me to say, because we have no desire at OCSCS for power. We have the desire to expand this. We have the desire to expand opportunities. I would actually prefer to live in an educational realm where power is not the focus and children are the focus.
I haven't asked any questions, so I'd like to ask my questions now. You included teacher signatures in the petition of the original. How many of those original signers are still working in the district at Orange County School of Computer Science? On the original petition, because we didn't re-sign them.
Craig Casperson. Sorry, by the time this hour comes.
Beth, if you can't answer these questions, we can
Yeah, I'll get you the answer
get that
to that.
information.
Yeah.
Is it a large percentage or a small percentage if you had to guess?
I would say it's a decent enough amount of teachers to be able to lead the school forward in the way that it needs to go.
Well, 'cause enrollment went up, so you had, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
So you had to increase the amount of teachers that were there from original?
Yes.
Okay, if you give me that answer, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll send it to Dr. Chernus.
And then, where did you get the USI budget that's in here? Is this your budget or?
The USI budget is what's you can go ahead. Yeah. Did you want to answer?
Yeah, we provided that. I believe it's the same budget we provided to the board.
Okay.
How did you provide it?
I don't recall. I know, I'll have to look. I believe via email.
Okay, I'm just going through the ones that have already been asked. So how will this affect Parkview and BVVA? So are we going to move teachers? I mean, what is the plan?
So as we enter into the agreement with PYL USD, we would not want to force teachers to go into a charter school. So there would be no intention of bringing over teachers and forcing them over.
And then what date do you see this switch? Do you see the switch happening during this current school year or in the next school year?
When you say switch, which portion of the switch?
From the autonomous.
So it would be logical for the autonomous governance structure to go into effect in the new year. And then in terms of the budget, I believe we actually do have to wait till July 1.
The budget was emailed to the board on October 15th.
The USI?
Yes.
So there are various dates within the charter revision. I also want to acknowledge that there are still typos in there, even if it took a full day to try to get those typos out, because it was drafted quite quickly. So I don't expect any member here to have read that. Pro tip, if you copy and paste it into ChatGPT, it can give you a great summary. But there are various dates on there. So for example, before I was waiting for a call from WASC, but had to submit the document on Thursday. So I got a call back from WASC later in the afternoon about the timeline. We put a date that when we make the MOU in terms of Parkview, students who are in the 12th grade year staying with Parkview through the completion of their senior year for X year. So like this year, obviously, we wouldn't want to say, here, park for your students who are in a fully accredited year, senior in high school, and now we're going to take away your NC2A eligibility. There are varying dates within that charter, depending on what we're proposing to do.
Yeah, which would have to be adjusted with an MOU probably.
100%. That solidifies everything.
You mentioned you wouldn't force them to come over. Are they going to have an option to come over?
I think we'd have to explore that because just to be super forthright in terms of the way that we service our students, there's great opportunities when it comes to cost savings to actually build the independent study program out of our FTE. So meaning like
Of current FTE.
of current FTE.
So we would no longer need Parkview teachers? Is that what we're saying?
I don't have
No,
oversight over
Parkview
Parkview.
still has students. And
So the 100 students would move, and those teachers that are right now
4 teachers.
Responsible for them would not follow them. So
They
we
have
would.
well, I don't know what the specific caseload is, but I think that those teachers have students that are not USI. So
Right,
there's-
so I'm just curious as to
how that would work
now
out.
we're
There
going to have
seems
to
to be a lot of questions and a lot of things that have to be worked out. And maybe a study session would be really helpful where we could work out some of these weird timelines and try to better understand how this is going to work. So I think I would like a study session on this because, I mean, trying to get accreditation, we have to keep USI students at Parkview for a while. We can't switch the budget till the following year. I mean, what's going to be in the MOU and what is not? Because my next question is going to be, why, you said you did this really quick. Why? Why the rush?
Why not the rush? I'm going to give you the same answer. I'm sorry, I'll wait.
Okay.
No, it's okay. If we can wait, though, because again, our kids, there's a saying, anybody who has been in the equity work, our kids have waited long enough. So when I look at the opportunities that can be afforded to our students, at the end of the day, there is no such thing as too fast for students. They're real life students.
Yeah, but I see that we're going to be having to do this in segments.
It looks
If it
like
happens.
It looks like if this petition is for next year, right?
Well, she's saying that the autonomous part would start
for the governance structure
as soon as possible.
so I
But
think-
then the budget parts, but I'm like, can they be?
Well, the
See, this is
change of
where-
budget.
This is where
Change of
it gets
budget.
really confusing, and that's why I really would like to have a study session with our attorneys there, because I don't know, I mean, have our attorneys even looked at this? Is it legal to be autonomous, but yet we're still in charge of your budget? These are.
We're not in
Rancho
charge of the
charter?
budget. We're not in charge of the budget. That's what she's talking about.
The pass-through
CBO.
funding?
We are now, and she just admitted that we would be in charge of the budget for the full fiscal year.
I
So-
believe, and I think Gary'd have to weigh in on this one, I believe you can't just flank to January 1. You have to go to the new fiscal year.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So why wouldn't we wait for the whole thing until the next year?
There is a process that goes into appointing that charter board. So by giving those allowances, starting January 1, it doesn't then slow down the governance process of the charter board. Additionally, when the question comes up of, is this legal? The precedent is set, and you can actually go and look at El Rancho Charter's petition, and you will see mirrored language there.
Did they do it mid-year, mid-school year?
I'm aware of many charter schools. I'd have to reference, because as I've been seeking guidance outside of PYL-USD on ensuring that I can work with my local community and begin the process that we need to together for the implementation, I was told by my advisors that this is very common in the charter world.
And I would say, in my opinion, time is of the essence, and I think that I like it, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's great for the students. So that's my opinion.
Okay, I still have a few more questions. Thank you. My next question is for USI, and we need like proposed budgets. This is your current working budget. USI, this is their budget, but we need, like if you're taking these over, we need to know that you can financially support these. So we need proposed budgets, because in the USI budget, I noticed it was exactly the same budget that Dr. Chernus gave to us. And there's no facility fees in here. There's no special education fees.
So again,
So all those things would have to be.
So
I think part of this is making sure that we know that you will be sustainable.
So am I doing a 1% fee? Am I doing a 3%
But
fee?
USI
I
is a
mean,
pathway, remember? So
It's a
not the same thing.
pathway at a school.
Right.
It's at Parkview, which she's. See,
Right.
this is where it gets really confusing.
I don't think it's confusing.
I don't think it's confusing.
I think it's very confusing. And I also noticed in here that you have like the Golden State Pathway Program listed as income. Well, that was a grant awarded to Parkview. You can't steal another school's grant money. Or you can't, maybe steal is a harsh
yeah,
word. You
I would
can't
say I haven't
That's a very
stolen
harsh
anything,
word.
but let's be clear, per what you just said prior, what we submitted is the working budget for this academic school year. So OCSCS will not be stealing any funds from Parkview or USI, for complete clarity.
So that's what I'm saying. We just need more information. That's how I look at it, because this is,
You need more information.
Well,
Don't speak for the entire board.
I do need more information, and I think the community from listening to them wants more information as well. So we're just trying to be transparent here. You want us to make a decision, and it sounds like you want to make a decision quickly, but without lack of information, we can't make informed decisions. And that's all I'm saying.
I'm happy to put together a proposed budget, and I'll ask the executive, you're like, why? I'll ask the executive committee of our advisory council to work with me on that so that we can put together some projections. Also, we would love it if it was 1%. Just saying, if you're giving us the ability to make that decision, that's what I hear you saying. This is recorded, I'll go back and play it.
I did not give any percentages. Okay, one last question. Does this petition, and I apologize, I have not read the entire thing because I've had a lot of very intense family issues come up recently that have taken my attention. But does this, because later on, we're going to discuss this, but it looks like you guys have switched your coding to something from California Regencies. Is Code to the Future still a part of this charter? Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through a difficult time. If you recall in December, I am known as a leader to make decisions that are right, even if they're difficult. So when I came forward in December of last year, I had mentioned, and also from the feedback of a current parent, if she's watching right now, I do greatly appreciate your feedback on that. I had been given feedback by a parent who's very deep into knowledge of that industry and application, and that parent said, hey, do a double look before you make the commitment to that organization. And so we had some other parents who were teachers in other districts who have experience with CSTEM. So if you recall, in December of last year, when we went through ultimately the final, it was either December or January, when we went through some of the final revisions with this Board of Education, I came forward and said, we're going to have to make an adjustment and move away from Code to the Future.
This is probably a question for Mr. Stein. Did we pay for Code to the Future?
I'd have to go back and look, but I think we did. Yes.
But not for services for OCSCS for the 24-25 school year. Let me be clear on that.
Yeah, we can verify that, because I'm pretty sure I remember paying for it, but I know we were paying for lots of things, so my memory could be fuzzy. That's all my questions, except for I hope we get a study session to talk about this more, where we as a board can work with the executive cabinet to figure out what percentage and things like that that we need to be able to cover our costs for your HR and payroll and things like that. And so I hope this
I don't mean to be a
continues.
downer, Beth, but I think 3%, I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't do 3% from the standpoint of what might be needed, right? But we can only do 3%
Yeah,
as a
that is,
maximum.
yeah,
So-
there's a maximum.
Yeah, there's a maximum,
Per ed code.
but within that, I think that's a reasonable assumption that I would say.
That'd be my recommendation.
Yeah.
3%.
Mr. Youngblood, did you have anything? Okay. All right, well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to close it at 9:32 p.m. And I thank you for Dr. Beth Fisher and for all of the parents and the staff who came to support her tonight and have been supporting the program. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we go to the consent calendar. All right, we're going to go to our consent calendar. Consent calendar is actions proposed for the consent calendar items that are consistent in nature with approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The trustees, we've received a board agenda backup information in advance of scheduled meetings and are prepared to vote with knowledge on the block vote items. I don't have any public comment cards for the consent calendar. Is that correct? All right, so we'll move on. Can I have a motion, please?
Oh, we can pull some.
We have public comment at the end. I'm sorry, what? I need a motion? Or I'm sorry.
Pull.
Pull. Okay.
I want to pull 17-1, 19-6, 19-7.
19.6 and 19.7?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull 18.2, 18.10, 18.17, 19.5, and 21.9.
18.2, 18.10, 18.17, 19.2, and 19.
5.
19.5. So 4?
And 21.9.
Thank you. Anybody else pulling any items? No, ma'am. Sean, are you pulling any items? Okay, I need a motion to approve the following list of consent items minus the ones that we pulled.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Frazier. I have a second by Mr. Youngblood. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have a 5-0 vote and a aye from our student board member, who is still here past curfew. Come on. Yeah.
Gonna make it to the end.
Got a cheering squad.
Great.
Okay, so our first one is going to be
17.1.
absolutely. I need a motion.
I'd like to move that we adopt revised 2024 Board of Education meeting schedule.
Second.
My
All right.
question is, we have 2 additional meetings. Can you tell me what we're going, what are the purpose?
So I can't comment on it because of our closed session deal earlier today, but what was discussed in closed session. But that was one of the reasons that we were moving things out.
Okay. For one of them?
Huh?
For one of them?
Maybe 1, possibly 2 if we needed it, if there needed to be,
Yes,
whatever
so-
it was. So we just did 2 just in case.
That conversation will be continued at one of the next meetings, or both.
So are we just doing closed sessions at those next 2 meetings?
The reason that we did it is because of just, we weren't quite certain what will come of the closed session, if we will need it sooner than later. So it's kind of just, padding the whole, making sure that we have that available to do it as soon as possible.
We also had a public hearing today, as you know, for the charter. We're talking to our attorneys and filling out a matrix for that, so we may be ready to have that agendized.
Okay. I have a conflict with the 10th. I will be out of town.
Okay.
So I guess I'll be teleconferencing. It's my son's graduation from nursing school, so.
Very good.
So.
What is his nursing specialty?
Well, it's general nursing.
So like ER, general?
Yeah,
Okay. See,
general.
like my mom is a labor and delivery nurse. That's
Yeah.
why I ask.
So.
Okay. All right, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Okay, so I have an aye
You
from...
know what? I think I will change mine to no as well.
Okay, so I have a no from Mrs. Buck. I have a no from Mrs. Anderson. I have an aye from Mr. Youngblood, aye from Mr. Frazier, aye from myself, and our student board members and I. All right, motion carries 3-2. Next one, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the warrant listings in the following amounts. Check 267843 through 269198 for the current year expenditures, and then I will just leave it at that.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. Carrie.
Okay, I have a motion from Mrs. Anderson. I have a second from Mrs. Buck.
Okay, so I had a couple questions. I sent all these and I got some answers, but when I was reviewing them, the answers brought up some more questions, so we'll just start. There seems to be a lot of expenditures on here for baseball, for USI, and on the warrant listings from 1020 to 1026, ending in 585, it's an Amazon corporate credit card for $5,338. And I asked about that, and they said it was for USI for equipment, including baseball. And then if you jump to let's see, where's the other baseball one? Let's see, here it is. Under warrant listings 11.3 through 11.9, there's $31,000 for baseball associated to USI. And I'm just wondering, we were told that the 1.2 million was purchasing all the equipment, but yet we keep spending money for equipment for USI. And so this one alone adds up to almost $36,000 for baseball alone. And I'm just curious about that. Why are our baseball figures so high, and how many students do we even have enrolled in that?
Yeah, I'm unable to answer that. So these purchases go through the USI program, and it goes through their approval process. So I'm assuming that we have students enrolled with that need baseball training, and so
Was that the software program?
It says AC Pros, is that the one?
No, this is
ProMounds LLC doing
It's like
on
it's,
deck sports.
It's all of the material. It's pitching machines and things that are used for training. So
And then the other one was from Amazon.
yeah.
We'll provide you that information.
Okay.
Can we afford it, Gary?
That depends on the question. It depends
What you trade
depends
for
on
it.
what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I'm not sure. I mean, yes, obviously the district can't afford it because it's been paid, but it's the question is what are the specific uses for, and I think we can get better information back to you for that.
And if it's USI, what location does it?
Yeah.
I believe those things would be used, I think, at
Yorba Linda High School.
I think it's
Yeah.
joint use, right? Yorba Linda High School, USI.
Yes.
But we have to code it a certain way, so.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and then on the same warrant listing from 1020 to 1026, there is an expenditures from Sports Products, Inc. And it says here that this payment is for wall mats, padding for USI, and shipping for the wall mats. I thought that was all included in the original training lab, all the wrestling mats.
Yeah, a lot, it doesn't, so what was included with the original purchase was a specific area with the wall mats and everything, so I believe that they've extended that in a different part of the room, so that's why they needed to order more.
Okay, so another expenditure for that. And then on the warrant listing from 10/27 to 11/2, there is $15,000 for the Yorba Linda Water District, and that was to connect the water for Casa Loma for the fire sprinklers. I know we're putting sprinklers in, but we don't have a plan for that building as of yet, right?
We have the existing plan, and we've run the
Are we just restoring, because didn't we spend about $400,000 to take that building apart?
No.
Or
no,
300,000?
No, we haven't spent 300,000 on that building. But yes, there's some, taking down drywall and things that need to be put back up. But we're not changing the structure of the building at all. We took the existing structure to DSA to get sprinklers approved for that.
Okay.
But in order to do that, there has to be a main valve that's installed by the
Right.
Yorba Linda Water outside.
I understand that. So is the plan, because we haven't talked about this as a board at all, just to restore the building?
So right now, I think our plan is to make sure that it's usable and usable under DSA's requirements, and then the board will be needing to make a decision as to how to best use that facility.
It needs to have the use determination changed, and to do that, we have to do these, and then we can decide what ultimately to do with it. Because
Yeah.
we can't decide anything without it being usable.
Right. I'm just making sure that we didn't tear it down to build it up, then to tear it down again. That's all
I
I'm
think,
saying.
yeah.
No, nothing's
I think
been
tear it
torn
down is a
down.
strong term, but-
Nothing's been torn down. There hasn't been any work on that facility, but we do need to put sprinklers in or we can't use it.
Okay.
And that changes the use code,
Mhm.
correct, once we
Yes.
do that?
Changes it to an E.
Yeah, we can use it for any educational purpose after that.
Okay, then the next one down is for deluxe painting. That has the code of 363, but in your explanation, it says that this was for Orange County School of Computer Science. And I just want to make sure that we're using correct codes, that programs are being charged for,
Yeah.
that the accounting is correct.
So the accounting is correct. It's just when we talk about sites, USI is technically not a site. OCSCS is a site.
Mhm.
So it's.
And
just being
the
clear
site
about
code for OCSS, isn't it like 220?
It's 220, yes.
And this has a 636.
We have 636 so that we're accounting for it appropriately. But yeah, in the notes, we refer to it as OCSCS because USI technically isn't a site.
Okay.
A physical site. A school, I should say, not a site, a school.
Okay, and then the next set is the same thing. It's using the USI codes but you guys are saying it's for OCSCS. So this is where it gets confusing, and I just want to make sure.
It's taking place at that school, but if it's 636, that means it's part of the USI program.
Okay, and those funds are being there. Okay. Yeah, please.
So I just want to go back a little bit. The Pro Mounds LLC DBA On Deck Sports, the one that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
There's one charge for $4,800 and the other one was for $26,000. And it says it's related to staff and apparel uniforms for staff at USI. Is that correct?
That's the one above it. That's
Right.
the national
So-
sports apparel, not the Pro Mounts.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we spent $4,000 on apparel. Are we allowed to spend $4,000 or money on apparel that's not related to educational?
Yes. It has to be uniforms. It can't be like T-shirts just because, but it can be uniforms.
Does USI have their own uniforms? They don't have their own teams.
I think this is for.
Those are like the shirts that were passed out at the opening?
Every
Yeah.
time I've gone to USI, they're always wearing their polos, and I
Yes,
know that.
it's their polos that they wear.
And I think one of the teachers was telling me that there's a staff, like a day where all of the staff like wears a certain shirt, like a certain polo one day, a certain shirt another day.
Yeah. It's just like when we purchased the PYL polos for all the district administrators or whatnot. Same
I
thing.
thought we did that with donation money.
I thought those were purchased by donation.
Oh, I didn't know
Gary,
that.
were those purchased by donation?
Yes, they were.
But this is an appropriate expenditure.
Okay.
Good catch. I missed that one. And then also on here, we have the Garner Holt, $5,000 for mannequins. It's mannequins so that they can create costumes for animated atomic robots. Can you?
Have you been to OCSCS?
I've been to school, but I haven't been in the lab. So I'm
Okay,
just trying
so
to.
the mannequins, it's what they're using to dress the mannequins. They're not, the mannequins are being used as, yes. I don't know how to phrase that. And it's a little bit late, but yes, the mannequins, I think they've already been purchased, correct? And they're being used in the school site, and they've been up on Instagram, and they've been showing how they're using the mannequins in the lab.
Okay. And you just brought up the sports apparel, so I don't need to bring that up. And I brought up the baseball. Skip that one. Yeah, that's all my questions.
All right, can I move to a vote?
Gary, are any of these expenditures outside of the budgets that we put in place to spend for the district?
I mean, no, it was paid out of the district funds, so no, it would be in the budget.
Inside of our
Yeah.
budget. Okay, thank you.
But were they all approved before here, or are?
So they would all go through an approval process before the money is spent, so they would have all had a PO issued and then the check paid after the goods and things are received, so it would have gone
Standard
through
way
a-
to spend money in the district.
Yes, yes.
All right, move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
All right, roll call vote, please. Luke?
Aye.
Mrs. Buck?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Youngblood?
Yes.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries 4-1 with an aye from our student board member. So we have 18.10. I'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the architectural service agreement for architectural investigation services for the Walls Enclosed project at Travis Ranch School with Studio Plus Architects.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
I just pulled this to bring awareness that the district is doing their due diligence and investigating the walls at Travis Ranch and making sure that they're in compliance with DSA. Just for all the rumors, it's being handled.
Right, and this was done under the former Brad Runge and Mike Matthews. This was a project under them.
This was done last summer.
This was, yeah.
I don't think so, because I took a tour there last year, and the walls were already up.
When I got here, it was, whether it was put in, the first month or so that I was here or not, the designs, the plans was already in place, purchased, and I don't know when the installation was, whether I was here or not, but I had nothing to do with the project.
Yeah.
We didn't ever actually vote on this project.
Yeah, this never came to the board.
You should call Mike Matthews and ask him why.
Well,
I know it was discussed, but it was never brought to the board.
It was a request at the board level to say, hey, we need to get walls in there because it's ridiculous that they don't have walls. I mean, obviously.
Right.
It was-
Yeah, but no vote.
No vote. And we did, we voted on the completed project in October, if I remember correctly, so.
Cool. Are we good with it?
Let's vote.
Ooh.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Todd, I need an aye from you, please.
I said aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next one, 18.17.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the independent contractor agreement to provide an update of use of facilities fee with Furchow Consulting LLC effective November 20th, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion from Mrs. Anderson. I have a second from Mr. Youngblood.
Okay, I pulled this because I wanted Mr. Stein to explain how this company was chosen and the process that this is all going to go through. For all of you guys with long memories, we had disaster with our previous use of facility fees, so.
I think that was the first thing I was told when I came here. It was about our facility fee study. So yes, we've been actually looking at different companies for, I would say, 6 months. We've been researching, I should say, and we identified the company we don't want to use, who will remain nameless. So, but Furchow Consulting comes very highly recommended by our neighboring districts. Most recently, they've done facility fee studies for Irvine Unified and Orange Unified. And the gentleman who runs this consulting company has been in the industry for 18 years. They have done over 20 usage facilities fee studies that have all gone through without any issues. So we're pretty confident with that. The report, once it's completed, we will present it to the board. We'll have a formal presentation. After the input is received from the board, we will then meet with our site staff, athletic directors, coaches, and to review the report. And then after that, we'll meet with our partners, meaning our people that are our friends that actually use our facilities, to talk about the fees. And then after all of that, we will come back to the board and talk about a timeline for implementation. So we're not in a rush to. I mean, this is going to take several months for this to be done. We just want to make sure we're doing it right and that we're getting all of the communication done and everybody has some input before we do anything.
I really appreciate all the community input coming to the board. We're going to give input that's going to the community, our partners, and then back before we vote. I really like this pattern. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. It looks like it's 19.5. I remembered Luke, who is out after curfew.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the following novels to be added to our core extended reading list: Percy Jackson's Sea of Monsters, Time for Andrew, and Phantom Tollbooth.
Second.
I have a motion from Mrs. Anderson, a second from Mr. Youngblood.
I pulled this because I feel like curriculum should be brought up so the community knows what we're doing and what books are in our children's classrooms. So that's why I pulled it. I read all 3 of these books and took notes on them, and I definitely had some more favorites than others. But don't ask me what book I didn't like as much. But so I was really curious about the students and what their feedback was, and all 3 of these books got excellent feedback from the students, and with like I'd say probably 95% were all in the, if you added strongly agree or agree with approval. So I'm excited that these books will be added to our core reading list.
Okay, let's move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries 5-0 with the aye from our student board member. Next is 19.6, Mrs. Buck.
I'm going to add these two together, if we could, and I'll read them both. To approve the adoption of the Signing Naturally Units 7 to 12 curriculum for American Sign Language, Language 2, and approve the adoption of American Sign Language 3 and Signing Naturally Level 2 curriculum.
Have a second, please.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion from Mrs. Buck, a second by Mrs. Anderson.
I just wanted to point it out because I think that this is fantastic that we have sign language and that we have this program for students. It's not only is it sign language, but it's also another language. It counts toward that. My mother did sign language and taught me when I was little. I got sign language for anybody that has little children out there, even babies. I started using sign language with my newborn when she was, well, newborn. And by the time she was 4 months old, she was signing milk and more. And I swear that my kids are smarter because they had that ability to communicate so much sooner. So I'm just thrilled that we have this. So I just wanted to point it out.
I'm really excited that this program is expanding and we're adding another level. I was at the Esperanza Showcase, and our sign language students were signing the national anthem, and I could see their excitement. So I'm really excited that this course is moving on, and also just some of the things that I really liked about these textbooks after I was reviewing them. That they correspond with the videos and they really help teach and practice the questions to work in a system and then, perform and work together. So I thought the books were really good in helping them build their vocabulary and their conversational skills, and especially when you're getting up to the level 3, it's mostly about conversation, like how to describe a room and, where to begin and stuff like that. So I'm excited for these books and for the kids to start this class. Does it start next year? Is that right, Dr. Young?
Yes, so she's a new teacher to us, but not new to teaching sign language, and she's phenomenal. I had the chance to walk the classroom as well with Principal Soroxa, and so there's a great enthusiasm for the course, and so 2 is happening already now, so level 1 and level 2, and then we're adding on level 3. Next year. Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion carries 5-0. 21.9, please.
I'll move it so that you can flip. I move that we approve the Certificated Human Resources Report.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mrs. Buck. I have a second by Mr. Frazier.
Okay, I pulled this one because there was a mistake in the HR report, and I thought we were going to amend it, but the minutes, but I think we all kind of forgot. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring awareness to it. It lists in here under district-funded co-curricular assignments, stipends on page 27 that Sterling Jones is listed as a sports consultant for $40,000. He was on the month's previous agenda, so this is a duplication. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been removed because it looks like it's been strike through.
That's correct. So we approve with the amended change.
So do we need to amend the
Yeah, I was gonna
motion?
say.
Can I have an amended motion, please?
I'll amend the motion to exclude that one line.
I'll second.
All right, I have an amended motion on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. This will lead us into public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to provide input to the Board of Education. During the public comment period, board members do not dialogue with speakers or make comments regarding the information shared. We have 13 people wishing to speak tonight, which means that they will have 2 minutes each. I'm going to call the speakers up to the podium, and they can give their name and take it away. First speaker is Linda Mannion. Second speaker is Gloria Johnson. Third speaker is Scott Sheba. And fourth speaker will be Mika Sepulveda.
Linda Mannion. We have nearly come to the end of a long and difficult election. Like all elections, information was given to the voters, and the voters had the last say. Now is the time, the most important time in an election cycle, and that is the time to accept the results of the voters and collectively begin working towards the transition that will occur. Democracy is not about trying to prevent the will of the voters. It is about embracing the will of the voters, even if on occasion we are not on the winning side. Ronald Reagan said, "Good citizenship and defending democracy means living up to the ideals and values that make this country great." I hope we can all take a moment, take a deep breath, and live up to those ideals and values that form the essence of our democracy by embracing the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria Johnson.
Hi, Gloria Johnson, sixth grade teacher. In light of the fact that it's a little late, I'm going to lighten things up just a tad. I was struggling for what to say because I feel like there's so many things that we could have addressed. So I reached out to colleagues and I took all of their ideas and I compiled them here. So we're done with the chaos, tired of the fight. Anti-union nonsense, it just isn't right. A community spoke, we made our voice clear, a board that supports us, that's what we hold dear. We want support and we want it now. Counselors in all schools, let's say it out loud. No shady deals, let's keep it true. We're here for our students, it's what we do. We're tired of drama, reactionary plays. Respect our decision, don't cause delays. You can leave peacefully, don't burn it down. The loss was fair and square, don't wear a frown. Irresponsible spending, we've seen it before. We need a new vision, we're ready for more. Teaching's our passion, it is our creed. Together we rise, plant the right seed. So here's to the future, let's make it bright with a board that stands up, doing what's right. We're moving forward just as like we planned. For teachers and students, united we stand. Thank you.
Scott, you're up again.
I hope, yeah. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to address you so many times. I'm sure you're.
Did you hear? You've completed a hat trick tonight.
Hey, I'll take it however I can get it, I just want to thank, first of all, Trustees Buck and Anderson. I appreciate you asking the tough questions and, trying to get clarity for us and the transparency and highlighting, I was on the literature review committee that reviewed those books. I'm glad that, you took the time to read them because we did too. So it was great. But I was just concerned about the additional meetings. It seems like we're adding additional board meetings with maybe an agenda in mind and maybe not an agenda in mind. And it seems strange to me that we're adding meetings just in case. And so I think, Representative Buck, I thank you for questioning why we're having these meetings and wondering if there may be plans in advance. So anyway, I thank you all for your time for letting me do this hat trick of comments, and maybe next time I'll just do maybe like one or two, See how it goes.
Yeah, great. Is Mika Sepulveda still here, or is she gone? All right. I have Mark Fury, Esther Kim, Sue Sawyer, and April Gavrilovic. She's gone? Okay, April is not here. Mark, you're first. All right.
Mark Fury, original 7th grade class of Yorba Linda Junior High, 60 years ago. There's so many things to talk about that went on today, but I got to reiterate, I sat in the back and the disruption of people not listening to presentations. It's got to stop, okay? Just got to stop. And it seems to me that we got to take a step back and look at the big picture. The last meeting, so proud of the success. Higher enrollment, higher test scores, focusing on the kids. And 90% of what was talked about tonight was about elections, teachers, unions. Get back to focusing on the kids. And it's so disappointing that the leader of the new charter school the parents of some of those students did not feel comfortable coming here to speak because of the rudeness in the back, and they knew that would happen. There are tons of parents out there that are probably listening that wished that they could come up here. And if you remember at the last meeting, there were dads that said, my kid, I could not get him to go to school. And when that program opened up, they were up early, they were staying late, and I wish that most of that could be focused. And if you guys believe in giving the charter school a chance, quit putting roadblocks, okay? Open the roadblocks and look for success. And one of the reasons there's so many people anti, because the unions are involved in this, okay? So that's my statement.
Thank you, Mark. Esther Kim?
Hello, my name is Esther Kim, and I am a parent of a child in the PYO School District. I am here to speak up against the contract amendments that were proposed for this week's agenda. I am disappointed to find out that the vote happened before I came. I was depending on this week's agenda that was released to get here on time, but I guess it got moved last minute, so I wasn't able to say what I needed to say before the vote happened. So, but it does not make any sense for the board to vote to make these changes during this lame duck period. And one of the main issues a lot of people in our community had in this election was with some of the people who work for our district who would be protected by these contract amendments. It also is extremely unethical to be making such radical changes right before the new board majority is sworn in and able to enact the changes that our community wanted them to make by voting them in. They should not be constrained by being required to vote as a supermajority to make changes to the contracts of people our community have a problem with who work for our district. Our new board should be able to vote with a simple majority vote if they find cause to terminate some of these people working for our district, especially considering many people feel strongly that those causes exist based on the many issues our community has seen with the lack of transparency and the conflict of interest regarding the USI. And so I wanted to ask that the board to please not vote to amend the contract, but unfortunately I wasn't able to do that before. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Sue Sawyer.
Well past my bedtime. I am deeply concerned about the current direction of this district. We've seen alarming actions, the forced departure of over 24 district leaders, unethical and retaliatory treatment of employees, and mismanagement of district funds, including questionable contracts like the $1.2 million payment to the training lab before the terms of service were even fulfilled. The public has been lied to about the funding and solvency of the USI program, claiming it brings in $1.5 million in additional revenue and claiming it will have a profit of more than $600,000 a year. Both claims are categorically false. The current Sports Institute is a program, not a school. It creates expenses, not revenue. This leadership team is guilty of misuse of taxpayer funds, a fact they're attempting to hide by moving USI oversight to the charter, which will be accountable to a board of its own making. I urge this board to prioritize ethical leadership, transparency, and respect for all employees and students in this district. We need accountability and fiduciary responsibility now. I also want to thank you for allowing Validas to get equipment from Esperanza. There is still some gear we need to get to be able to do the live streaming. We will also need to get another teleprompter, which they do have at Esperanza, for a 2-camera stream. We will need to work with Jeremy Powell if his tech crew can help us set up that live stream. We haven't been able to make the network work yet. I know we had some issues here, but your team is amazing and we appreciate it, and we appreciate you. And I urge you to put public comment down at the beginning of the meeting. Beth Fisher's teachers are not the only ones that have busy days ahead tomorrow. We all do. And we start early. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call up the last 5 speakers. It'll be Denise May, Dave Peterson, Leslie Alexander, Ali, I'm going to mess up the last name. Is it Suave or? Suave. And then John Hanson will finish us off. I'm sorry, Denise is first. Okay, and you. And Curtis, You come on up. Just come on up and have a seat. You can go second to last. Denise?
All right. I don't normally speak, so my voice will shake because I don't like speaking, but I feel compelled to speak. My name's Denise May, after hearing Sean's very offensive comments about teachers tonight. And that made me turn in a blue card because you spoke about teachers, and so I'd like to speak about my experience with teachers. Your comments prove that you've never volunteered in a classroom because you don't seem to realize what teachers do, so let me help you. Teachers, the teachers you're supposed to support, deserve better from you. Teachers work 10 to 12 hours a day. They work holidays. They work weekends. Teachers give of themselves day in and day out in support of children and their families. Teachers are motivated to help students not only improve their knowledge and skills, but more compellingly, to help students improve the quality of their lives. Teachers encourage a love of learning, a strong work ethic, to pursue achievements, and to dream big. Teachers are encouraging our future leaders, doctors, scientists, lawyers, more teachers, possibly even school board members. So to me, teachers deserve more than gratitude. They deserve full support, and I think you owe them an apology.
Thank you. Dave, you're up.
Thank you.
I noticed you came with your camp chair tonight. Good move.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm an Eagle Scout, and the idea is always be prepared.
Very good.
Okay. So tonight, I speak to you as a senior citizen because it's kind of hard to stick around for the public comment section when you're this old, and you might get senile and misunderstood what your own stuff you wrote earlier. So if it can be a little earlier, that would be awesome. Maybe you could have a senior section. You know, if you're 65 or above, you could do your comments early on. I'd appreciate that. With the upcoming calendar, you've got a couple of those, you know, you got 3 meetings coming up in the rest of December. That's a lot. It's kind of hard to, it's the holidays. I don't know, people be able to, you know, fit all those into their schedule. If some of those can be put off till the new year beginning, easier to make that. Appreciate that if that can be considered. I'm a pilot school participant in LAUSD, so as we work with the charter school model, I would encourage the board to kind of open up the discussion for other pieces like the pilot school model. The pilot school and the charter school are kind of parallel models, and my ears were hearing from the folks that it's all new, and so people are kind of wondering with so many questions, what does it mean with an MOU and all that type of stuff, and where does autonomy lie in that type of issue? So, and in terms of an educational piece, whether this comes from the district, probably not from Dr. Fisher because she had enough to work with tonight, the idea of looking at what are some of those models and how is this one different from this one, that type of thing. Takes a little bit the fear action out. And then just one of the things might be securing the idea that, okay, the site facility with Placentia-Yorba remains a property of Placentia Unified School District, no matter what happens in that charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Leslie Alexander.
My name is Leslie Alexander. I'm a retired teacher from Yorba Linda Middle School, and I am a homeowner in Area 1. As I've gone door to door throughout our community over the past couple of months, I've met many parents who expressed their concern over these board meetings and the conduct of Dr. Chernus. One parent told me he would not watch the board meetings when his children were present due to the poor example set by Dr. Chernus. I wholeheartedly agree with this parent. The conduct of Dr. Chernus at these meetings is undignified, unprofessional, disrespectful, and in my opinion, juvenile. This is how he conducts himself with his bosses in a room full of people while being recorded. Imagine for a moment how he conducts himself with employees when no one is watching. It is one more item to add to the long list of chaos that has occurred in our district since Dr. Chernus has occupied his position. A list that includes falsehoods, misrepresentations, and constant gaslighting. I believe it is a disqualifying list of a failed superintendent. Dr. Chernus is clearly aware of this, as evidenced by tonight's agenda, beginning with his ridiculous request for an amendment to his employment contract and ending with his aggressive proposals for the charter school. These appear to be the desperate actions of desperate people who know their time is up.
Is Ali Suave still here? Yes. All right.
Hello, my name is Ali Suave. I'm a graduate of PYLUSD, Go Aztecs, a 5-year Placentia resident, and mother to 2 children who will thankfully continue to be enrolled in the district thanks to Ms. Quintero being elected to the school board. Thank you. I'm here to remind the board that they have a duty to fulfill the wishes of the community that elected them. Sorry, lost my place. Ms. Blades, you said yourself tonight that you trust the people in the community. Well, the community has spoken. Making last-minute changes to contracts and charters do not reflect the most current perspectives. The board, with the exception of Ms. Anderson and Ms. Buck, needs to put the wishes of the community ahead of their own selfish self-preservation interests. To steal millions of dollars from the students of this district is appalling. You present yourself as putting students first, but your actions obviously show different. And as I teach my children, actions speak louder than words. Your self-serving actions will be the downfall of this district, prompting many families, including myself, to look into neighboring districts to enroll their children, because unlike you, we do care about our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Curtis? Sorry, I must have tossed your card in the
Hey,
pile.
you know what? It's totally fine. It's late. Thank you, Ms. Blades. Thank you, board. Few things real quick. It's been a long time since I've seen most of you. Todd, I don't think I've ever been at a meeting that you were at. Things have changed a lot. Congratulations on those of you who got reelected. Sean, in the game industry, we say you can't win if you don't play. But as someone who appreciates grandfathers in the lives of my kids, I'm glad that you're going to be able to do that. Congratulations to Ms. Quintero. I'm not here to talk about all this, though. I'm here to talk about hypocrisy and then about the OCSC, and I'll get there if I have time, I hope. You know, earlier tonight, people were talking a lot of stuff about social media and social media being bad, and I'm kind of a tech guy, and I remember somebody yelling that recall at Freeman when she sat in your chair, and you were sitting over there and you smirked and leaned back in your chair and smiled, and I have a picture because I remember. And I remember you, Mr. Youngblood, talking about how, you know, when lawsuits were being talked about, how lawsuits were very expensive, and then we heard from Mr. Fraser tonight, there's always lawsuits, there's always litigation. Funny how it all comes around. Mr. Chernis, Dr. Chernis, excuse me. I remember Dr. Sasser in your chair, I believe I'm saying his name right, he did not run meetings like you do. There's a lot that's happened in this that's been real bad, and I want to kind of circle it back onto OCSC because I work in the tech industry, and let me tell you something. I have friends who have sons in their 20s who can't get jobs right now because of AI. Congratulations, you've launched a charter school into a dying field. I'd like the district to wake up and realize that what the people in this district want, and the children in this district need, is a broad-based education that teaches them to think. And the money needs to go towards those activities for all students. And that is why I'm so concerned about the things that are being talked about in OSCS and echo the extra board meetings and the other things that you are going to do to try to get them approved.
Thank you. And to finish this, John Hanson.
John Hanson, 48-year resident, Yorba Linda, went through the local schools. First of all, Ms. Buck, you had a lot of questions tonight. I wish in 2011 you'd asked that many questions and done your research before you authorized the taking out of $20 million in bond funding so that we're going to have to pay back $282 million. You should have done your homework in 2011, like you profess to be doing. Yorba Linda Taxpayer Association, November 2nd, we had some election signs stolen. Another sign stolen, there had been 3 incidents. Finally, we got smart. We put a tracking device on that sign. Imagine that, it was 2 blocks from Marilyn Anderson's house. Sign was posted at 6 a.m. By 7:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, that sign was taken out of the ground. Turns out, that sign ended up all the way down in Costa Mesa at the home of John Matson, a teacher within this district. I asked the question, how did John Matson know to leave his house on a Saturday morning to come up and steal a sign that had previously been stolen 3 other times? Do you think he woke up that morning and thought, oh, I'm going to drive from Costa Mesa up to Fullerton to see if they've reposted that sign? I've got that question. Thankfully, The Fullerton Police Department is doing an investigation. Mr. Mattson has admitted to stealing the sign and having it in his possession, which he first tried to lie to a Costa Mesa police officer that he didn't have the sign, okay? But it was found in his possession. He had already cut it up. If during the investigation of this incident, it is found that Mr. Mattson had any communication, either verbal, via phone or text, with either Miss Anderson or her husband Steve, the bully of the city, if it's found that that took place, I would call on Marilyn Anderson to resign from this board.
Thank you very much. All right. Would you like to do your superintendent's report? All right.
Thank you, President Blades, members of the board. We have an incredible community program called Lot 318. And you may not know this, but about a year ago, I met with Letty, who runs Lot 318, and she said that she has a really hard time finding tutors for the program. And so what we did in working with our Teachers Association is we decided to pay our teachers to help tutor kids after school at Lot 318. And so we got some teachers last year, and this year we only have 2 teachers willing to do it. So I volunteered to tutor. I'll be at Lot 318 on Thursday helping the kids. And I encourage my cabinet to take the helm as well, because it's the best feeling in the world to help these kids out. And so I can't wait to have my first day of tutoring on Thursday. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. All right, now we go to communications and board reports. Luke, you have already given yours.
I feel like I gave it like a week ago.
Yeah.
Like that's what it feels like.
That is fair. All right. We'll go down the road.
I'm going to go super brief because we're here late. I attended the band pageant once again. Amazing. Love to be there and see all of the students out performing. I mentioned earlier I got to go to visit OCSCS. I also visited Valencia High School, Valadez Middle School, and Golden Elementary. I attended the OCSBA dinner meeting, and I'm looking forward to CSBA coming up here in December. And on Saturday night, I'm going to go see Noises Off at Yorba High School. So
I hear it's amazing.
it looks, the little brief bit that they did is like a teaser. It looks really funny.
Yeah.
So looking forward to it. Saturday, it ends.
I think it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's 2 shows on Saturday. Like at 2 and at 7, something like that.
I think Eldo's play opens this weekend too.
Ooh, what is it?
It's Peter and the Starcatcher, and it's like Peter Pan before Peter Pan, something like that.
I guess I'll have to go to 2.
So just want to let you know. I must have not put it in my board report. Gosh, dang it.
This is what happens, Luke, when you
Well,
get
you're
past
here.
curfew. You're able to tell us more information.
Exactly.
Thanks, Luke. That's it for me.
Okay, I will do my best to go fast because it is getting late. I attended the Rio Vista Walk to School Day, and this was a combination of Rio Vista PTA, Anaheim Police, city officials, traffic engineers, and it was all coordinated by the Rio Vista Amazing PTA. And they had kids walking in teams to get to school safely. They had police officers doing enforcement, making sure that everyone was following the rules. And it was a chance for like city council and everyone to observe kind of what the patterns were and the issues. And I'm happy to report now, because of this and the actions of the PTA, that they now have a crossing guard over Rio Vista School. So it's a pretty busy school, and so that was great. I was able to attend the middle school sports volleyball tournament, Esperanza, and there was lots of great kids participating and cheering fans. I also attended the library open house at Brookhaven, and again, this is another great example of school and the PTA working together to improve the school. And I got to kind of interview some sixth graders. I just happened to come by when they were in there. And I loved the one student. He said, our library's been Brookhavenized. And if you ever get a chance to go, there's all this original art done by a parent that's up now in the school, and it's beautiful. I got to tour USI, and that was exciting. And I also attended the OCCSBA joint dinner, and I loved the speaker that night, Dr. Jolene Hood, who she spoke on building belongings and cultivating connections. Participated in the Heritage Day, which you know I love, and I got to bring 3 of my grandkids on the bus, which they loved, and they had a great time. Yeah, and thank you to everybody who helped keep 3 little boys happy. I got to attend the Yorba Linda Brownie Troop 1124 meeting and talk about how local government works. And I was joined by Janice Lim, Yorba Linda City Council member, and Heather Marshall, a district attorney from Riverside. And it was just really fun being with the girls and teaching them about local government. I attended the Southern California Air Quality Management event at Travis Ranch, where we got to where our electric vehicles were showcased, and we got to go on a bus, and that was really fun. And I observed that these buses were super quiet, maybe not with so many kids in them, but they were very quiet. They really handled well, and every one of the adults in the bus commented at the amazing air conditioning. So that was great. I attended Read for the Record, and Mrs. Buck was there as well, at Valadez Middle School, and this is where 8th graders read to 1st graders at Melrose and Rio Vista, and it was just really fun. And then what was great is that they had different activities that the kids could do that related to the book and performing. And my favorite part of the event was watching the 8th graders beam. They loved being there and reading to the kids and helping their buddies and showing them how things worked. And I love that. I attended the Dias de los Muertos event for the dual language program at Orange County School of Computer Science, and it was great seeing all the things that they did. And I even purchased some items that were made in the Innovation Lab. I've got some really cute Dias de los Muertos earrings and stickers, and it was really fun to support the students there and see all their hard work. I attended the Dias de los Muertos and AVID tailgate party at Valencia High School, and that was fun. Mrs. Buck was there with me, and the music, it was students in the band, and it was just great. And I'm just so grateful to the staff and everyone who worked so hard to put all that together. I attended Teacher of the Year. Did you say that? Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't say that. Okay, with Mrs. Buck, and it was great to honor Jeff. Paku, thank you, from El Dorado, and Sarah Hoffman from Glen Knoll. And I'm just so grateful that we have such amazing teachers like Jeff and Sarah who inspire our students. And to hear their stories and see their stories live was great. I also attended the band pageant, and I love it. And it was kind of an exciting night at the band pageant because the wind was blowing so hard, and things might have been moving that shouldn't have been moving, like flags that were flying across the ground. So it was fun night. I attended the Veterans Day celebration with Mr. Youngblood at El Dorado, and Luke did an amazing job doing being the MC of the event, and I was like, that's our guy. And it was really nice to see our Gold Star families being recognized as part of the ceremony, and to have our students be so respectful and appreciative of the veterans. I loved all that. And then I attended the Esperanza High School Showcase, and just seeing the students stand up and tell about their programs and tell about why their programs are amazing and why these 8th graders should come to their school. So I loved it. I love always seeing our students shine. So that is the end of my board report.
Oh, okay. Originally, I had like almost a novel of stuff in which I wanted to kind of bring up. As you guys know, no, not going to happen.
Where's the novel? Bring it out.
I don't even think I think I can see straight on this, but I just wanted to, for most of you that don't know, this will be my last scheduled board report. I want to thank you all for the opportunity for this last 4 years. It has been quite a ride. I want to wish good luck to Ms. Quintero in her movement to this particular spot on the dais. I can tell you it has not always been the easiest position to be in. I can tell you that if it is thought of as a team, that your team is only as good as the weakest person, and we have to continue to hold up our team. Otherwise, that weakness, that chain, is going to break, and that's going to cause district issues. So that constantly change. It's a dynamic thing. What I try not to do, and I'm not always the best at it, is to not make it as personal as I have in the past, but to realize that there can be a mutual agreement that can be done in order to accomplish certain things. I may not always I may not always agree, but as long as I continue to try to continue to educate myself on whatever the issues are, and to be able to listen to people who may have a difference of opinion than I feel that I've accomplished something. With that said, however, you guys know that in 2020, when this board was elected, it was probably one of the most traumatic times in our nation. We were going through a pandemic. There was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of fear. And the three of us that got elected during that time were definitely from the frying pan into the fire. There were several key things that had to happen in order for us to keep the district going, whether it was opening classrooms back up, getting kids on Zoom to start getting their learning continued. Parents were saying, hey, my kids I can already see learning loss just about immediately. So, we had to navigate through those things, and it wasn't just navigating amongst ourselves, even though there were things that we didn't agree on, but this went all the way up to the state level. So we had things such as litigation in which we had to do, and there were ideas that we had as a board that was not at all popular at that time, whether it be masking or vaccine mandates. But this is what I kind of jumped into, and I was determined to be the best steward in that position. So I do appreciate that. I think that did make me stronger. And unfortunately, when you have that type of experience, you start looking behind the curtain, And I started realizing that there were forces that were happening that were undermining a lot of the things, the decisions that we were trying to do, whether it was in the form of curriculum, whether it was in the form of financial expenditures, accounts that were not being shown, money that was being hidden. So there was a lot of things in which this board had to deal with. We got through it. We had a superintendent that was put before us before I got on the board. We made the best of it. Dr. Elsasser tried to work with us in the best sense, and we seemed to have a pretty decent working relationship. There were things that happened there that later led us to believe that it wasn't all everything that it seemed. So there was investigations that happened. We found out certain things that we let the public know. We tried to be as transparent as we could. But there were things that were handled inappropriately. After that, we determined that we had an issue with the law firm that we were dealing with as a district. Come to find out that they had a recruitment section or portion in which was bringing on staff members that were or consultants that were going directly into supervisory positions. So there was a big conflict of interest there. We ended up letting that law firm go, hiring a new law firm, which in turn we hired a new recruitment firm. We had a set of rules as a board in which we wanted to make sure the next superintendent, because at this time now Dr. Elsasser decided, I'm going to go ahead and go back to an older or my past district. So now we are under the gun to get a new superintendent. But we did it as a current board. Fortunately, Mr. Frazier came on with us. So we were able to, as a group, a 5-0 vote was what was required from us. We set that goal ourselves to bring on a new superintendent, and we went through that process, and that was a little rocky as well. But we made it through it, and we came out with our top candidate, Dr. Chernis, and Dr. Chernis was very forthcoming with everything that he was telling us. And he had amazing ideas. I've never seen such a calculated mind, and I thought this is what we need to go in that direction. So that's what we did. It has been incredible for me to watch how he's been able to navigate in this district. We've brought on some very innovative programs. He not only cares about these programs and the staff that he has. This guy works continuously. I haven't seen a guy, his work ethic absolutely blows me away. So it really hurts when I see that there are certain people in our district that want to damage not only his reputation, but just him and his family in general. And I apologize if that person who thought I was being demeaning towards teachers, that was not the direction that I had. I had mentioned that in our last meeting, there were people who, some of them were educators, teachers, administrators, were acting like children. And I think we're better than that. So I apologize if that offended her. That was not the intent. With that said, however, I know there are still some things that need to happen. I know that the USI and the the OS, yes, sorry, a little tired, is of major issue. And one of the biggest things is the transparency of funds. I know that this is going to be handled. I think this program is designed to do well for the students. If we can continue to apply these things, I think we're going to see some amazing results with the kids in the district. We've come up in test scores, which I was really happy about. I think we've come up in attendance, which districts around us are not having happen. I mean, that's got to be something. And I know the platform in which I ran on when I was running way back then, it seems like 100 years ago, but it was that if we wanted to stay status quo, then that's a way in which you could do it, but I think we deserve better. And I think those people that are calling for, his resignation or staff's resignation or whatnot are the same ones that would like it to go back to status quo. And I think that's a big disappointment. Other than that, it to me, it has been an honor to be, a voice for the constituents of not only my area, but also for the whole district. I've got to see and learn so much. There are some amazing teachers, staff, administrators. I have had the privilege to work with Gary Stein. I'm going to miss you. And I understand his departure, but each one of the staff up here, the command staff, the executive staff, I've had the pleasure to see, work with, and I realize, and I'm pretty sure you guys realize as well, when you're building a team, a lot of people get moved around, and that's what we expected Dr. Chernus to do, is you have to go in when you're building that team. There are people that don't get their contracts renewed, may get their feelings hurt, may feel that they're being unjustly moved or whatever. That just so happens. That happens with any baseball team, any basketball team, any football team. I wish it happened with my team, the Cowboys, but it hasn't yet. I don't understand. But once again, thank you for allowing me to be up here. It has been an honor and a privilege, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the district later. I'll have more than likely read about it. That's the end of my report.
Poor Cowboys. Can't ever get it together.
That's all you got out of that.
That's it. Well, that's the end with, man. So it was. It's been for me personally, and then also district-wise. It's been a busy last few weeks. I didn't get to go to several of the events that I wanted to go to, the band pageant and the Veterans Day ceremony. I have a client in Alaska. I've called in from Alaska for board meetings, and I unfortunately had to go for 2 weeks out of this last session because there was an issue. Anyways, regardless of that, I'm disappointed I didn't go to all the things I wanted to go, but I did get to ride in the Heritage Day Parade bus, and I think the crowd was more excited about Marilyn's grandsons being there than us being there. So that's okay. I don't take offense to it. And then was able to attend the Elementary Advisory Committee and hearing from site leaders and hearing what's going on directly from them and getting feedback from the community, I think is, if you have a chance to be a part of one of those, it's a great way to give feedback and to get feedback, and I think it's great that we have those here in the district. despite being here or not being here, you still field a lot of phone calls, texts, and emails as you are sitting in these seats. And several things have come up, obviously, several things tonight. But one of the things specifically, the El Dorado field lights, if you haven't gone to see them, they're great over there. However, we had an issue with a direction of one of the lights into one of our neighbors' yards. And so they emailed us and directly to the board. And so I was very adamant in saying, if we're going to make sure that these lights are not a problem, because they're great for the students, but we also need to protect our neighbors. So I was in contact with our El Dorado neighbor and then Paul Juarez. They got the team out, they took care of the light direction, and we were able to take care of that problem. And I think the most important thing I got out of that, and I've always, I think, preached this from up here, is if we're not working together, then we can't make anything happen. And when we work together to do the things that we say we're going to do, we say a lot of things, but what are we actually going to do about it? We need to make sure that our actions follow what we say. And I think that was just another example of one of those things that I feel like very strongly that we need to make sure that we are taking care of our people the way that we say we're going to take care of our people. In line with that, I've had requests from several community members regarding the science camp funding assistance. And I think we have a problem with communication. There are families that didn't know about it or didn't know how to get it. So can we support our principals to be able to tell our families how they can apply for that? Because like we had a conversation last meeting? They're all blending together. About that, making sure we use those funds for science camp for the families that need it. I think we need to make sure that that is very clear, especially as that comes up for our sixth graders this year, that we make sure that that is available and the families that need it get it, and so that we can make sure to support all of our students. And then lastly, hearing the AVID students speak tonight, you are in trouble, buddy, because they're coming for you. I tell you what, they're awesome. And it just is a reminder of we talk about this, and I think I say it every meeting, but it's all about the students. And regardless of our perspectives and our different opinions about how things should or shouldn't be done, it's all about the students. And the students that are coming out of this district, those 3 students that spoke tonight, Luke, I told him in the back, I said, he's going to be successful. And I think he really needs to have a podcast. So if he has a podcast, we all have to download it and listen to it. But there are students in this district that are getting instruction and support and encouragement to use their gifts and to be educated in a way that they're going to succeed outside of this district and far beyond their life at PYUSD. And that's what we need to focus on. Regardless of our perspectives and our different ways of doing certain things, that's what I want to just make sure that is what this is all about. So I appreciate being a part of this. Sean, I appreciate you. I'm sorry for the Cowboys, and I probably forever will be. So thank you. That is the end of my board report.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry for the Cowboys, too. I think I could manage the team better. I wouldn't want that job. So I actually went to something I'd never been to before, and it was the Sunrise Rotary in Yorba Linda. And that was quite, an event. It's very early in the morning, I found out. But the reason I ended up going was because we were at the Yorba Linda State of the City, and the Rotary table was behind us, and so they actually called us out and said that none of us have ever shown up, no superintendent, no board member, and none of us. So I said, well, game on, I'll be there. So I showed up, and they were all shocked. So, it was a good meeting, and they had a lot of discussions about traffic, and then a lot of issues about the e-bikes. That was a hot topic that morning, and so which led me, before I forget, because I'm forgetting a lot tonight, I went to the Veterans Day for City of Yorba Linda, and when I was there for Veterans Day, I ran into the sheriff, not the sheriff, but I ran into the captain for Yorba Linda, and she wants to come in, and they want to give a training about the e-bikes, because they're having a lot of problems with e-bikes. They just impounded e-bikes the day before. There's a lot of modifications happening, and so they do want to come out to the middle schools and high schools, and they want to collaborate with us and talk about, e-bike safety. And we kind of did have not a traumatic, it could have been a lot worse, but we didn't have a lot of these accidents with the e-bikes. So they are going to be reaching out to you shortly. Congratulations. You already talked about Luke, but the Yorba Linda High School football win. I wasn't able to attend the game, but I did watch at home on that NLHS or whatever that network is. Yes. So I streamed it from home. It was a great game. I did visit OCSCS, and then I also visited USI and was able to observe one of their agility classes. And I saw an ice skater in there. I saw a downhill skier, which I was really shocked that we have a downhill skier in the program. And so they were telling us all of, I said, well, how does this happen when we're in California? And so they were explaining how much this family travels so this kid can accomplish his dream. So that was kind of interesting. It was cool. I know that I went to a Yorba Linda High School and Esperanza High School girls volleyball game, but I don't know if it was this month or if it was last month because it's all blending together. The Heritage Day Parade. I'm really sorry that, Todd, you were not the fan fave of Maryland's grandkids. Saw a lot of water polo. Water polo season's over. Kind of sad about that. And then also, too, I did take a phone call, and I was able to reach out to Paul Juarez directly. A lot of people have been complaining to me about the Kramer Junior High School lights. They're out, and I guess there's portables out there. And so, long story, I think before COVID, there was some copper wiring taken from Valencia High School and from Kramer. And what happened was obviously they fixed Valencia, but then they came into Kramer and, it just hasn't been done yet. But it is the city of Placentia's responsibility. And so that's where there's like, okay, we got to work this out. But then all of the travel teams and the club teams and stuff, they're using the field. They're, a lot of them are saying, hey, we might pitch in. So I know that contacting the city. So if you're concerned about the Kramer lights, because this series was like the 5th call this week, just know that they're working it. And, it is an expensive deal, but they're on it and they're at least trying to problem solve it. A couple of people have quoted me today. At 8:35 this morning, I called to the Orange County Register reporter, and who was what the conversation, the 20 or 30 minute conversation that we had yesterday, she actually misquoted me, kind of big, and so I did ask her, as has been done before, to either remove the comment or change it to what was actually said. She decided not to use my actual written statement that I gave to her. And so I would say that if you see something in the Orange County Register that seems a little bit like I didn't say what she's trying to say I did. In fact, I welcome you, Tricia Quintero. I'm glad you stayed for the whole meeting. And in fact, one of the things that my comment was to her was, I don't believe that politics are playing a role because I haven't heard anything. So when you said your public statement, I hadn't heard anything about you firing a superintendent. And so I said these contracts had nothing to do with, politics at all, because I didn't even think you had any intention of coming in and trying to fire anybody. I'd heard nothing from you on that. So that was a discussion we had. So just so you know. And then Sean. I met Sean in 2003, and it's going to sound really weird. I met him at a crime scene, and then suddenly I was in the back of his ambulance taking a suspect. I think it was to like Martin Luther King or something. And that's how I met Sean. And so we worked together, obviously. I mean, as much as cops and firemen too, I was usually waving to him as he was staging, and I was going in to handle the issues. But it was always nice to work with Sean. He was always super helpful, super friendly in the field. I didn't, you kind of get to know people in the job a little bit, but then I really got to know him when he called me in 2020 and was asking me to run his political campaign. And I said, well, I can't run yours. I had to do my own. So that was kind of just a weird situation, but I'm really happy I got to know you even better. We went on a couple trips to Sacramento together, especially during the COVID with the mask mandates and vaccine mandates. We advocated in Sacramento together. And so I really got to know a different side of you because, you kind of don't really get to know anybody personally. I mean, we'd been to barbecues together and stuff, but, when you're on a board, staying on a board, you're taking trips and you're on conferences together, you really get to know people. And so I really respect you as a man. You're a great family man. You're a man of integrity. And I think you always tried to lead the district with integrity and with honesty. And I think you always tried to be fair. And so I just really appreciate the last 4 years. And I know you are probably going to be fleeing the state, But, while you're still here, I'm going to look forward to, maybe a couple trips to Kelly's. But I appreciate you. I appreciate your family. I appreciate your wife's sacrifice, especially through these trying times. And just know that we appreciate you. We'll be thinking about you. But too, we're also very, we're looking forward to welcoming Tricia on and, moving forward. So with that, thank you, Sean. I will miss you. I will miss your goofy humor. So I will. Much appreciated. All right, and with that, I am going to ask for okay, hold on. Let me read my script because I remembered. See, I did remember. I believe Mrs. Anderson wanted to adjourn the meeting in memory of Jessica Farino. Did you have some words you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you. Tonight, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Jessica Farino, who tragically passed away on Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. Jessica was a special education intervention assistant at Rio Vista Elementary School and a valued member of the PYL-USD family for 3 years. She will be greatly missed by our district and community.
Thank you. And can I have a motion for adjournment, please?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right,
I second.
I have a motion by.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I already made. I already made the motion.
Sean seconds. Anderson and then Youngblood to finish us off. Okay. 11:12 is the time we're calling this.
We have to vote.
Okay, let's vote on that. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right. And Luke.